Good morning. I'm going to start, as usual, by asking the AHO hearing team to please elevate the court reporter to panelist. And I believe we have one more court report. There we go. We have them both. Both links anyway. Good morning. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Good morning. I am ready whenever you are.
Thank you. With that, I will go ahead and start with our introductions this morning. Good morning. It is April 23rd. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar this morning. If you are planning on actively participating today, please do log in to the Zoom webinar using the individual link that was sent to you by Zoom. If you are having any trouble communicating with us today or logging into the Zoom platform, please send the AHO an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. This hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will take breaks today as we have done, and we will continue to have a hard stop at 5 p.m. I will take appearances in the way we've been doing this with asking you to elevate to panelists the first time that you have the opportunity to speak today, and we'll continue to do it that way. Ms. Mullen is handling the screen sharing of exhibits, and if you are cross-examining today, you are welcome to simply ask Ms. Mullen to bring up a particular exhibit. I believe that's the end of my introductions here. I will reorient us. We left off yesterday with cross-examination of panel 2. We completed Mr. Schute's cross-examination, and I believe next on my list is Mr. Busher. Mr. Busher, I will note we did receive your exhibits that you may use on cross, so we have those and we're prepared to bring those up when you are ready. So with that, let's go ahead. I will look first. Good morning, Mr. Busher. Let's please elevate Mr. Busher to panelist. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric Busher, San Francisco Baykeeper.
Thank you. And then if we can please bring up the witnesses for DWR. If you would please raise your hand, that's quite helpful to us, as well as Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris. And if you would please go ahead and start elevating those individuals to panelist. And Ms. Carroll, you're welcome to come on camera and unmute and make your appearance this morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. This is Ann Carroll on behalf of DWR.
Thank you. And Ms. Morris, you're welcome to make your appearance as well, please.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris on behalf of the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And it looks like, I'll look to the AHO team, it looks like Mr. Fitzhugh needs to be elevated to panelist as well, please. And then I will look to the room. Oh, we also typically have Mr. Krieger. If we can please elevate Mr. Krieger. I've started using the word elevate instead of promote. I don't know if that's a better word. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Miles Krieger for State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. And before we get started, are there any other procedural issues that we need to address starting this morning. The plan today is to proceed through cross-examination of this panel, with the exception of Ms. Tabor, and see how far we get, I think is really where we are. Any other procedural issues? All right, well, good morning to the witnesses. Thank you for being with us once again. And with that, I will hand things over to Mr. Busher.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. Good morning. My name is Eric Busher. I'm the managing attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper, one of the protesting parties in this proceeding. Thank you for your testimony so far and for answering my questions today. I'll do my best not to be repetitive of what others have already covered. Mr. Fitzhugh, I actually have a question for you, and I want to start there. DWR 103 is a document you prepared that's the Delta Conveyance Project operational rules used in the Calcim 3 modeling, correct?
Yes, correct. Though I want to clarify that's the rules that were in the EIR.
And so that was my follow-up question. That's the rules for the EIR. Is there a similar document for the rules for the ITP that you've prepared or that you're aware of?
No, I have not prepared anything like that, but that information is in Mr. Singh's testimony.
Okay, and I'll cover that with him. I just wanted to know if you had done a similar written out set of rules for those, for the ITP.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, I'll turn to you, and Mr. Fitzhugh, I think that's the only question I have for you, but I appreciate you being here. Mr. Singh, I want to turn to you and just confirm, right, the scope of your testimony. Do I understand correctly that your testimony is all of DWR 100 about the final EIR modeling and all of DWR 110 about the ITP analysis? I can't hear him. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, so DWR 110 is EIR modeling. I mean, 100 is EIR modeling and 110 is ITP modeling, and comparing that with EIR modeling.
And there's no part of 110 that's meant to like replace 100. We don't need to go through and like cross out paragraphs of 100 that are no longer applicable. They're just different subjects.
Other than the criteria, there's different criteria. So, and I have model assumptions in a separate exhibit. That's correct.
Thank you. What was your understanding of the scope of your assignment in preparing Exhibit 110?
So Exhibit 110 was primarily looking at, based on the updated modeling that was done for the ITP. ITP baseline that was updated based on what was in the final EIR, as well as the criteria based on the ITP that was released, I believe, February 14th. The purpose of that was to present what the assumptions were in the ITP criteria and the modeling that we did, and looking at the results and comparing that to what was done for the EIR, and looking at effects of the project, and especially looking at water levels, water quality, flow reversal that was in the original testimony, and showing the results that the incremental changes with the project under the updated baseline as well as the ITP criteria were similar to the modeling that was done for the final EIR. So all the conclusions related to changes in water levels, water quality were consistent with what was in the final EIR.
So, and I appreciate that summary. I just want to make sure I understand, right, the scope of what you were tasked with doing. You said it was primarily to analyze the ITP. Was there anything else that you were tasked with doing in Exhibit 110 other than analyze the ITP?
There's also in my testimony 110, based on the updated modeling, there was also a section on seismic benefits of the project. So that is based on some of the updated modeling that we had and some of the work that was done previously to update some of those numbers.
And when you say updated modeling there, you're referring to the ITP?
Yes. So I did use some of the values from ITP modeling that looked at a long-term exports and what that means in terms of seismic water supply benefits.
We'll come back to that when we get to that part of the report. For DWR 100 that analyzed the final EIR, you're aware the final EIR was published in late 2023, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And your report was submitted in January 2025, correct?
Which report are you referring to?
Sorry, fair enough. Exhibit 100.
Yes.
When was that report completed?
Are you talking about the exhibit?
100. Yeah.
100.
Sticking with 100.
I can't recall the exact date.
I didn't see a date on the signature. Do you know when you signed it?
I cannot, right now sitting here, tell you the date.
Was it completed about when it was finally submitted in mid-January?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 110 was submitted in February of 2025, correct?
That is correct.
When did you begin work on the supplemental modeling analysis that's the basis of Exhibit 110?
So supplemental modeling, I've been involved in the modeling for the project right from the ITP application. So, through informal consultation with the fish agencies, with our aquatic team, I've been involved in terms of the refinements of ITP modeling, whatever support was needed for the ITP.
When was that ITP application submitted?
Sometime in 2024, but I can't tell you the date.
After the final EIR?
Yes.
And is that when you began work on ITP related modeling for the project around the time of submission?
I've been involved in modeling right, from the beginning, and maybe 2019, 2020.
Thank you.
And first it was for the EIR and then for the ITP application.
For the application, ITP application, was the updated baseline changed from the baseline in the final EIR?
Yes, the ITP application had a different baseline than the final EIR, and that was primarily to be consistent with State Water Project's long-term operations consultation. So that was the same baseline at the request of CDFW.
Do you know when CDFW made that request?
During the application process, I'm not sure what date.
Sufficiently early on in the process that the updated baseline was included in DWR's application in 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Did anyone beside you draft any part of either DWR 100 or 110?
I did get some help in terms of the plots that are in my testimony from the DWR staff supporting the modeling team.
And those are the figures that are in 110?
Yes, some figures and tables.
Okay. Other than figures and tables, or what you describe as plots, anything else?
No.
Have you observed any of the testimony of the other panels in this proceeding?
In parts, not full testimony.
What parts of what panel? Just briefly.
I believe I looked at some of the modeling, but yeah, the panel one that was modeling.
Thank you. Is DWR 111, which is the 2023 State Water Project Delivery Capability Report, is that one of the documents that you relied upon in your opinions in your testimony?
The DWR 111 Delivery Capability Report, the reason I reference that is for the ITP modeling, we did use just that historical baseline, and that was the baseline that was used for time in 2023 Delivery Capability Report. So I referenced when I talk about adjusted historical hydrology in the baseline to that report.
Is there any part of that report that you relied upon in forming your testimony other than the updated historical baseline?
Not that I can recall right now. It was primarily for the baseline hydrology.
Okay. Was that the first State Water Project Delivery Capability Report to use that updated historical baseline?
To my knowledge, yes, that was.
And that report was published in June of 2020, or I'm sorry, July of 2024, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Do you know when the updated historical baseline used in that report was available to DWR?
I do not.
And is there anything other than the expansion to include water years 19? I'm sorry, let me start over. Is the change in the updated historical baseline limited to the inclusion of water years 2016 to 2021?
There were a few changes to the baseline. One was adjusted historical hydrology.
Sorry, Mr. Singh, let me pause you there. I'm just talking about what you referred to as the updated baseline in the delivery capability report, not the other changes in the IT. So I apologize for the unclear question. So for the delivery capability report, is it just the inclusion of those additional 6 years?
I believe so. It is the 6 years, and also it has adjusted historical hydrology.
Can you briefly describe what you mean by adjusted historical hydrology outside of the addition of the 6 years from 2016 to 2021?
So what that attempts to do is, for the last 30 years, there is a change in climate, more warmer trend. So a methodology was used to essentially look at the last 30 years of hydrology and translate that to the 100-year that is in calcium. So it's just the historical hydrology that was been used in the past for the calcium model, starting at water year 21 to 2021. So changing that to better represent the last 30 years of climate.
Thank you. So I've got some just general process questions for you in terms of how you did your work. I understood you to explain to Mr. Schutz yesterday that what you called, I think, the base calcium 3 model came from the Bureau of Reclamation's long-term operations analysis. Is that correct?
So yes, that model was used by Reclamation, and I'm not sure if the State Water Project used a version of that too, but yes, the baseline model did come from the long-term operations consultation process.
And specifically came from the Bureau's it was the model the Bureau used for that process that they then passed along to you.
I'm not sure it was exactly Bureau, but there could have been some codes in there that was worked on by a Bureau also. So it represents both CVP and state water project operations, so it's a combination.
Can I just jump in and clarify?
Sure.
So the model that was used, the updated baseline was based on the models that were used by DWR for their LTO process. I think when Mr. Singh was talking about reclamation, there are some parts of the code in that model that did come from reclamation modeling, but really so parts of the model may have come from reclamation model, but the base model was actually based on a DWR LTO model.
Right. Mr. Fitzhugh, if you know, when was DWR's base model available for use by DWR?
I'm not sure I can say the exact date. Probably would have been late 2023, early 2024, but I can't tell you the exact time.
More than a year ago?
Probably.
And either Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitzhugh, in terms of the portions that came from the Bureau, do you know when those were provided to DWR?
I don't know exactly, but these models evolve over time and they're constantly updated. There were actually different updated baselines used for the ITP application and the final ITP. So I couldn't give you an exact date, but I'm pretty sure there was code updates moving back and forth between the Bureau and DWR over that time period.
So I apologize. I got to go back now. Are there 3 different baselines in the modeling? One for the final EIR, one for the ITP application, and one for the final ITP?
There were some updates between the assumptions for the ITP application and the final ITP were just similar, but there were some updates, including, I believe, inclusion of adjusted historical hydrology.
All right. Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitzhugh, for the baseline used in the final ITP analysis, that's the basis of Exhibit 110. When were those, when were the conditions in that model finalized?
When you say conditions, could you expand on that?
So there were, you have the base model from DWR's long-term operations. You've got some stuff that's been added in over time through use by the Bureau of Reclamation and maybe others. And the back and forth that DWR had with CDFW during the ITP process, right? I want to know when you said, okay, we're done. We're not changing anything, the rules or conditions for the model anymore. This is what we're using to analyze it.
It was sometime in February of this year, but I can't tell you the exact date.
And after that point, right, whenever in February that was, is that when you then ran the model to get the outputs that are the basis of Exhibit 110?
After the final ITP or the conditions of the ITP, yes.
How long did that take?
So we've been, like I said, working on different versions of this model since the ITP application was submitted. So it was over, in terms of setting the baseline and looking at the criteria, it was over a few months. But in terms of the final criteria, that was maybe a couple of weeks to finalize the model.
Okay. So once the final criteria are done, you can get the model outputs within a couple of weeks.
Well, it really depends on the baseline and how much QA/QC has gone in the previous version of the model. So if we were changing something small, that could be done.
Okay. So then, as you talked about yesterday with Mr. Schutz, there were certain conditions or fields in the model that DWR elected not to use, correct?
Are you referring to the outputs that Mr. Schutz was sharing with TUCPs?
Well, so that's one example. He asked his questions about that. I don't need to talk about that specifically. I'm just, as a general process matter, right? There's stuff in the model that DWR turned off or elected not to use.
That's the only thing I can recall right now. I don't think we turned off anything else.
Okay. And then after you've gone through the base model, identified any conditions you're not going to use or not going to model, is it at that point that you create a with and without project version?
Yes.
Who had final say on the conditions that were used to analyze the impacts of the DCP in the modeling for Exhibit 110?
Could you expand on when you say conditions? Which conditions are you referring to?
Same thing we've just been talking about, right? In the model, you've got all of the rules that dictate how water moves through the system, right? When diversions can and cannot occur under what circumstances, right? I want to know who made the final determinations as to this is how we're going to model the impacts of the potential project.
Well, the DCP criteria was based on the ITP permit. And in terms of integrating DCP with existing facilities, that has been consistent right from the final EIR modeling, where project is being used primarily to capture excess flow, and how it will be integrated with South Delta facilities. It's been consistent in terms of final EIR and the ITP model.
Okay. Who elected to use D1641 as rules or conditions for the model?
So that was at the time of the notice of preparation for the EIR. That was the regulatory baseline, and that's what was included in the model.
Who decided to include that regulatory baseline as opposed to a different condition?
I'm not sure if there was who decided it, but it was based on whatever the existing regulatory requirements were at the time of NOP.
There have been changes to the regulatory requirements, the various regulatory requirements for the State Water Project since the time of the NOP, correct?
Could you expand? What do you mean by which regulatory requirements are you referring to?
I'm not sure about the exact timing on the first one, but we've had at least one and maybe two ITPs since the NOP was issued, correct?
So the final EIR modeling that is presented in my testimony, that is based on 2019 biological opinions and 2020 ITP.
Okay.
And then for the ITP updated modeling, that's in DWR 110, is based on the new BIOPS that were adopted in 2024. 2024, and also the ITP for the State Water Project.
So for the calcium 3, it generally includes or operates to those existing regulatory requirements. And for Exhibit 110, that's D1641 in the most recent BIOPS and ITP, correct?
That is correct.
Do you believe that those existing regulatory minimum requirements are protective of the Bay Delta watershed's ecosystem?
Question calls for speculation outside this witness's expertise and testimony.
To the extent you can respond, please go ahead, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I'm not able to comment on that.
No
Probably.
Can I add another clarification on the final ITP models? So they do include voluntary agreements as well.
Okay.
Sorry, let me clarify that again. The models that were submitted for this process, for the CPOD process that are in the exhibit, the updated modeling, that includes voluntary agreements.
And Mr. Fitzhugh, do you know why those voluntary agreements were included?
I was not the one who made that decision, so I'm not sure that I can give you a firm answer on that.
Do you know who did make that decision?
DWR would have made that decision.
Mr. Singh, any insight here?
In terms of inclusion of voluntary agreement, that was also actually part of our EIR. There was an alternative regulatory baseline modeling that was done. So that included voluntary agreements as well. And based on the 2022 MOU, there was information available that we could model, have a representation of that.
When you say the 2022 MOU, that's the memorandum of understanding by the voluntary agreement parties. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
So Mr. Singh, you understand that the voluntary agreements are being considered as one potential pathway in a regulatory update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And that was also true at the time the final EIR was being prepared, right? And you referenced the 2022 MOU, correct?
That is correct.
And you agree or understand that the voluntary agreements have not been adopted by the State Water Board at this time, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Did the modeling for the final EIR or the ITP include any other potential regulatory updates to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not?
Because as far as I know, the water quality control plan, the implementation of that is still not clear. So that it was not included in the model.
How is the implementation of a proposed regulatory update to the water quality control plan any more or less clear than implementation of the VAs as a potential update to the regulatory program?
I can't comment on that.
Do you know who determined to include the VAs, but not any other potential regulatory update to the Bay Delta plan?
I can't recall who made that decision, but the modeling was consistent with what we did in EIR as well for the ITP.
Did you ever ask anybody why not?
No, I did not.
So I'm going to turn back briefly to the subject of the TUCPs. It's correct that calcium-3 can be used to model impacts with TUCPs, correct?
With certain assumptions, there are models that do that in terms of the frequencies and what the conditions would be. There is some kind of assumptions that we have to make. And for the purposes of DCP in the EIR, that was too speculative to do that. And additionally, DCP primarily is diverting during high flow periods and periods when we have a drier and critical hydrology. The exports are typically limited to health and safety, and with South Delta priority with DCP, it's unlikely that DCP would be operated, so they were not included in the model.
Is it correct that the Bureau of Reclamation modeled long-term operations of the Central Valley and State Water projects, including the use of TUCPs in the last iteration of the biological opinions?
It is my understanding they did, but I don't know the details on that.
Okay. And what, do you know who at DWR determined not to turn off that switch in the model that you looked at with Mr. Schutz yesterday?
I don't know who at DWR, but it was consistent with the modeling that we did for the EIR. We didn't include TUCPs or any assumptions related to that.
Okay. Do you think the use of TUCPs is any more speculative than whether or not the voluntary agreements will or will not be included in an update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
I cannot comment on that.
Okay. You gave a rationale for why diversions would be unlikely during the issuance of a TUCP a couple minutes ago. That's something that you could have actually modeled to include and say, there's only one diversion during a TUCP during the entire historical record, correct?
For the EIR?
For the EIR, for the ITP, for any of the calcium-3 modeling, you could have done that, correct?
Yeah, for the purposes of EIR and ITP, we did not do it because, again, the assumptions that we make in terms of when they will happen and what the conditions would be, it would be speculative.
You know how many times during your, well, let me ask it this way. You've worked on long-term operations modeling for 10 years, is that correct?
I have worked on modeling for about 10 years.
Okay, so since 2015, the last 10 years or so, are you aware of how many times DWR has sought a TUCP?
Yeah, I can't tell you the exact number, but yeah, there has been times, 4 or 5 times.
4 or 5, okay. Is it speculative to think that something that happens 4 or 5 times in 10 years will continue to happen in the future?
So I think going back to what I said earlier, there is, you can make some assumptions in terms of when they would be based on the hydrology and the conditions that you're seeing in the model. You'll have to make some kind of assumptions that you could make, but we didn't do that for the EIR. And also going back to the DCP operations, during times when there are TUCPs, typically it's health and safety exports. And given the South Delta priority and the way we're proposing to operate DCP, even with those assumptions, the model wouldn't have operated DCP during those TUCPs.
So, but there's no model output that actually confirms that assumption, right?
Not for the EIR or ITP,
Right,
but
you.
we did.
Go ahead, you did.
For the 2070, we did look at outside EIR, there was modeling that was done looking at a future down the road at 2070, and that used 2070 a median hydrology and also 3.5 foot of sea level rise. So part of that, when we looked at that hydrology and sea level rise, looking at storages at CVP and also State Water Project, the conditions were pretty stressed in terms of storage, going to that pool a lot of months. And we looked at a suite of water management options that could be implemented down the road, but it was just kind of a sensitivity study, things that could happen, and also focusing on how the DCP would operate under those conditions.
Do I understand that correctly then, Mr. Singh, that the only time DWR has looked at TUCPs in connection with the DCP in the calcium 3 modeling is in 2070 scenarios, right? 2070 climate scenarios?
In the modeling, yes, that's the only that I'm aware of. And even in that modeling, when TUCPs were implemented in driest of 14 years, the exports were limited to health and safety.
In calcium 3, is the model capable of having a condition that requires 55% unimpaired flow become delta inflow and delta outflow?
Yes,
Okay.
you could model that.
And can you model also right, specific diversion requirements based on net delta outflow? Right, a specific CFS number at specific time periods?
Yes, you can.
Were there any percent of unimpaired flow requirements that were included in any version of the model that DWR elected not to use or turned off?
When you say not to use, I did do some work at with the consultation of DWR attorney that did look at some models with those unimpaired flows.
When did you do that?
I can't recall the exact date.
This year, last year, 5 years ago?
Asked and answer.
He didn't recall. Can you estimate for me the approximate time period that occurred?
I can't right now, sitting here. There was a lot of models that I did, so I can't remember
And when you said looked at models with unimpaired flows, were those DCP specific or not related to the DCP?
Objection. Witness stated that he looked at those models in coordination with counsel, so they're a privilege per attorney work product.
Does that apply to the testimony of an expert witness?
It's not part of the testimony that he submitted for this hearing.
So I mean, I don't know that I'm not trying to pry into this, and I tried to ask a pretty limited targeted question about whether this was a model for the DCP or something else. I think the answer to that may impact whether I need to or have leeway to go any further than that, because I recognize his first answer was I talked with an attorney about this.
I think I'll allow the question with the limited question of whether the modeling was conducted with respect to the Delta Conveyance project. So you can answer that, Mr. Singh.
So the model did have DCP. It was done with and without DCP.
Thank you. Can we pull up exhibit AHO 55? Mr. Singh, while this is coming up, this should be the draft program of implementation that was published by the state board last fall for the update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And if we could go to page 89 of the PDF and scroll down to the bottom of the page, right there. Mr. Singh, the header that's at the top of the page now describes protection of VA base flows applicable to new water supply projects. Do you see that?
Yes, do that. See that?
And so this is part of the draft program of implementation as it relates to the voluntary agreements portion of the potential update to the water quality control plan, correct?
Believe so. Yep.
And then, well, at the bottom of this page and the top of the next one, there is what's described as box 4. Do you see the top part of that?
See that box 4? Yep.
And if we could scroll down to kind of bridge the pages, hopefully here, thank you. So that's perfect. We can just look at option 1. So this is described as a concept based on alternative 6A from the draft staff report and requires or proposes that no diversions be authorized that would change the magnitude or timing of inflows or outflow to the Bay Delta watershed January to June, unless Delta outflows are at least 42,800 cubic feet per second. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Have you done any effort, have you made any efforts to determine the impact of option 1 on the Delta Conveyance project?
But I think, like I mentioned earlier, the 55% unimpaired and this 42,800 January through June. I did some work working with DWR attorney.
Does anything in your testimony submitted as part of this proceeding include any analysis of the impact of option 1 on the Delta Conveyance project?
No, it does not. None of this was part of the EIR or ITP modeling.
Even though it's part of the VA, proposed part of the VA.
Correction, the state's prior testimony.
Which testimony? I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, can you clarify on that objection?
This is not part of the VA. What Mr. Singh described is part of the VA earlier is not this box 1, option 1. This is part of the implementation that was proposed in October. It's not part of the VA as described by Mr. Singh. So it's misstating his prior testimony.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Busher, will you rephrase your question? Or at least restate it?
Mr. Singh, do you agree that this is proposed as part of the program of implementation for consideration in connection with the voluntary agreements?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not familiar with that plan.
Can we go back up to the top of page, the last page where we started? This is protection for VA base flows applicable to new water supply projects, correct, Mr. Singh?
That's what it says there, yep.
Okay, so it is proposed in connection with the voluntary agreements and new water supply projects, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled. Mr. Singh, you can clarify your understanding if necessary.
Could you repeat your question?
Do you agree, Mr. Singh, that what we're looking at here is proposed as part of VA's, the voluntary agreements, and protecting base flows as applicable to new water supply projects?
And ambiguous as to who is proposing.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty clear since we started with the cover page of the report that says it's published by the state board, but
That's not part of the VA proposal. That's a program of implementation proposed by the state board versus what was proposed by parties of the VA for implementing. They're very different.
All right, well, we have that clarification, so go ahead, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I can comment on that. I'm not familiar with, I'm not an expert on VAs and how that integrates with this requirement.
okay, fair enough. Can we go down to the top of the next page, please, Ms. Mullen? And keep scrolling down so we can see option 2, please. Mr. Singh, does any of your testimony in this proceeding include any analysis of the impact of option 2 on the operation of the Delta Conveyance project?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Do you know who made a determination at DWR not to analyze either option 1 or option 2 as part of the testimony or evidence submitted in these proceedings?
I do not know who made the decision, but the modeling was presented in the EIR was based on the criteria that was applicable at time of NOP, and the ITP modeling was consistent with a state water project long-term operations baseline.
Mr. Singh, is it your opinion that any portion of the proposed voluntary agreements were applicable at the time of the NOP?
I'm not sure.
Ms. Mullen, can we pull up the exhibit that is DWR's comment letter on the Bay Delta plan update that I submitted this morning. And we scroll to page 2, please. Mr. Singh, this is a letter dated January 22 of 2024 from the Department of Water Resources to the State Water Resources Control Board regarding the staff report for updates to the Water Quality Control Plan. You see that?
I see that on the screen, yes.
Can we go to page 4? At the top here, you see the underlined header, modular alternative 6A, protection of voluntary agreement flows alternative.
Yes, I see that heading.
Okay. About halfway through the paragraph, there's a sentence that starts if implemented. It says, if implemented, Alt 6A is anticipated to reduce the yield of the DCP over all water year types by an average of 55%. Do you see that?
Yes, see that.
Do you have any understanding for whether that is currently accurate as you sit here today?
I'm not sure which criteria or what modeling that is referring to.
Do you have any understanding of whether that's accurate as you sit here today based on any modeling you've seen or performed?
Objection to the extent it calls for attorney-client privilege or work product information not associated with this proceeding.
Noted. Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
Could you repeat that, please? Your question?
DWR sent a letter to the state board and said in January of 2024, so a little bit more than a year ago, and said, if the state board's plan to protect base flows under modular alternative 6A is implemented, it's anticipated to reduce the yield of the DCP by 55% on average. I want to know if, based on your experience with the modeling, as you sit here today, you believe that statement is accurate.
Objection.
I'm not sure what the statement is based on, but the work that I did in consultation with DWR attorneys, I cannot speak about that right now.
Do you know if the work that I'm going to ask again, you got any estimate for when you performed this work with counsel that you are not answering or not speaking about?
I cannot recall the exact date.
Do you know if it was before or after January of 2024?
I cannot recall what the date was.
Do you have an understanding what reduce the yield of the DCP means?
I think it's referring to incremental changes with DCP for state water project exports compared to the baseline.
Is it fair to think about that as a reduction in diversions or reduction in water supply?
Reduction in diversions at DCP, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I'm going to set aside for a minute any work you did about 55% or unimpaired flow with council. So I don't want you to answer about that for this question. Are there any other proposed conditions or regulatory updates or changes that you've looked at that would have a similar magnitude of impact on the diversions by the DCP, as is described in this letter we were just looking at?
I mean, I'm not sure what that 55% number is, but we have looked at different criteria, what's in the EIR, and also in the ITP. And based on those, as I have in my testimony, the State Water Project exports, it was 24% under the EIR and about 19% or 22% under EIR and 19% under ITP model. So it was an increase.
Mr. Singh, I have a question about how the model deals with real-time operations. In your and in Dr. Priest's testimony, I take you to make the point that even if the monthly average shows something, right, shows exceedances of some target or some limit, the daily operations can smooth that out, or the real-time operations can smooth that out to reduce or avoid those exceedances. Is that kind of generally correct?
I think what we've talked about is calcium is a monthly model. So it is making those operational decisions to meet the requirements on a monthly time step. And we take that output from calcium and use DSM-2 that simulates on a 15-minute time step, looking at the tides and delta hydrodynamics. So there is that mismatch in terms of how those regulations are implemented in calcium and how DSM-2 simulates it. So when we use DSM-2 daily data or whatever the requirement of that C1641 requirement is, there is a mismatch, and we do see some exceedances both in the base and DCP, and that's what we refer as modeling artifacts and limitations in terms of time step going from calcium to DSM-2. But in terms of real-time operations, those decisions are being made on a daily basis by the operators. So the model does have that mismatch in terms of how it's operating state water projects and CVP.
Okay. So am I right to think about that, or that most of the time when there are, like, the model predicts there's going to be sufficient bypass flows to allow for diversions, it turns out there's a little bit less bypass flow for whatever reason than the model predicted, and right, day to day, DWR can then increase those bypass flows or reduce their diversions, whatever the appropriate operational step is, to adjust for that. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that one more time? Sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to.
I'm just trying to understand, like, those operational deviations from the model that occur on a day-to-day or real-time basis that you've described in your testimony. Do those generally mean more water is released in stream or kept in stream?
I'm not sure if I can say that more water is released or kept in stream. In terms of the DCP operations, although calcium is a monthly model, we do have a daily mapping in terms of the flows and diversions near the intakes, but ultimately, that is rolled up on a monthly time step, and in terms of coming up with flow requirements to meet D1641, that is a monthly time step. So I'm not sure if I can comment in terms of whether it's higher in the model or real time.
Okay. Let me try it this way. As those daily operational deviations, right, add up over time, do the changes made by daily operations somehow get reflected back into the model in any way?
Not sure if I understand. I mean, this is a planning model. We're not really comparing to any real-time operations or data. So this is a planning model where we're looking at either 94 or 100-year hydrology and a set of regulatory requirements based on D1641 and biological opinions in the ITP and 2020 level of development or whatever that is, 2040, 2070. And the comparison really is between with and without project.
Okay.
Looking at incremental changes.
So I had a brief question about a couple of the charts in your presentation, which I think is DWR 101R. We could pull that up, please, Ms. Mullen. And go to, I think it's page 37. Yeah. So these are the daily mean EC charts, and you've testified extensively, been asked questions extensively at least about those. Does your analysis contain a way to translate these units into like movement or location of X2?
Not this particular information. There is calcium. I believe in my testimony 110 there are some charts looking at X2.
But there's not well, I guess I'll ask it this way. Is there an easy relationship between what is reflected in either, right, the bar chart or the exceedance plot, and the movement or location of X2? Right, that like EC at Emerton equates to X2 at X location?
I'm not aware of that relationship.
Thank you. So your testimony in the updated ITP discusses the increase or the modeled increase in water supply for Table A water contractors, correct?
That's correct.
So just conceptually, am I correct in understanding that Table A water supply water and delta outflow are just exclusive of one another, right? Water cannot be both.
So, I mean, those diversions and the modeling was done based on existing regulatory requirements and integrating DCP with State Water Project and looking at the combined effect of those diversions on outflow.
So I'm just asking I think this is a really simple question. I hope this is a really simple question. And like, if water is provided for Table A water supply, am I correct in understanding that that water is not, right? Never became delta outflow?
Yes, that was exported.
Right. Okay. And if water is delta outflow, right, goes into the delta and then out of the delta into San Francisco Bay, that water never becomes Table A water supply, correct?
Could you repeat that? I'm trying to understand your question.
Well, I just want to know if there's any water that is delta out that is measured, right, in the modeling, right, or the monitoring or anything else as delta outflow that is also Table A water supply.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, the outflow is what's left after export from the inflow.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that your testimony in the FEIR is 22% and in the ITP it's 19%. For purposes of my questions, I'm fair to just say, right, an estimate of 20%, if that's okay with you, Mr. Singh. Does that make sense?
Yeah, approximately 20%.
Exactly. Thank you. Do you know what the long-term average, well, and that 22% or 20% increase is a long-term annual average, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the long-term annual average Table A water supply is?
When you say Table A water supply, could you expand? Like, what are you referring to? The results is Table A, change in Table A that I'm presenting.
Yeah. So you presented that as a percent increase. I want to know what the amount, I assume that's measured in thousands or millions of acre feet of that annual average is.
Yeah, if you go to one of the slides that has a table on it that has what the Table A amount was with the project and without the project, and the difference was calculated as a percent based on that.
Okay. You don't. Okay. And is that DWR 107?
I believe I do have in my presentation here. I'm trying to look for the slide. There's a table that talks about water supply changes with DCP.
Sorry, I've got too many windows open.
maybe it's maybe page 22.
Me too. Thank you. We put that on the screen, Mr. Malone. Yeah. Okay, so this is the existing conditions here. What is that defined as?
So for this, my testimony, the existing conditions were defining as based on the modeling that was done for ITP, I mean the EIR, final EIR, which is 2020 level of development based on 2019 buyouts and also 2020 ITP. So that's the modeling in our final EIR.
Okay. And so the annual average change is 500,000 and change acre feet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And am I correct in understanding that all of that 500,000 acre feet is water that would have been delta outflow without the project?
Yeah, I mean, this is additional diversions based on the criteria during access flows. Yeah.
Okay. And if we could go to Exhibit 110, please, Mr. Singh's supplemental testimony. Page 18. And scroll down to the headers that have annual SWP deliveries, dry and critical, a little bit farther. Okay. And Mr. Singh, similarly, this table shows an increase in Table A water supply in critical and dry years of approximately 300,000 acre feet on an annual average basis.
That is correct, approximately 300,000.
Okay. And again, that is all water that would have been delta outflow in those critical and dry years that is now being diverted as a result of the DCP, correct?
Outflow and Table A are different things. Table A includes several factors. So to the extent that this
I'm sorry, Ms.
is
Morris.
focused on Table A,
Sorry, Ms.
yeah.
Morris, Ms. Morris, hold on. We can't hear you very well because there's an echo. I think multiple microphones are on. So one, we need to fix that. Two, and I'll allow you to follow up on this, but here's my question. I thought Mr. Busher just established with Mr. Singh that Table A and outflow are mutually exclusive items, which I think laid the foundation for this discussion. But if you want to clarify your objection, please do.
Well, and can I, before we get to the objection, if Ms. Morris wants to ask Mr. Singh about this on recross, she's welcome to, but I don't need her to testify or explain what she thinks the witness should have said in response to these questions. Right? I agree with you, Ms. Kinsey. I think he was pretty clear as to those are mutually exclusive categories. So.
Well, let's hear, Ms. Morris, please go ahead.
Oh, it's an objection. I believe I'm allowed to object. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And the objection is that exports and state water project deliveries are different and there's different criteria. And I do not believe the witness established that. And so to the extent that that is the statement, then I would say this is a mischaracterization of the witness's prior testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And Mr. Busher, I will ask if you would, I don't know if this requires you to go back and clarify this, but I was clarified that Table A and exports, there may be a distinction. So go ahead, Mr. Busher.
So, Mr. Singh, just the ultimate question here. Of the 300,000 acre foot increase that is reflected in state water project deliveries in dry and critical years as a result of the DCP, is all of that 300,000 acre feet of water that would have been delta outflow absent the project?
Mr. Singh, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. So you're referring to dry and critical years row there?
Correct.
So that total is Table A, Article 20, Article 56, and Article 21 combined. So the difference, I think I might have said Table A before, but that's a combination of that.
Okay. What portion of that 316,000 acre feet is Table A water?
I don't have that number in front of me.
You have an estimate based on your experience with operations or modeling of operations of the projects?
I do know that majority of benefit is in that Article 21 category, where the times in San Luis is full. But I cannot tell the breakdown right now.
Second here. Oh, let me try it this way, Mr. Singh. When you describe the 19 or 22% increase in state water project Table A water supply, does that include Table A, A56, and A21 as reflected in this chart?
That is correct. It's at Table A contractors. Yeah.
Okay. And we went through a whole bunch of questions about Table A water supply being exclusive of delta outflow. Is the A56 and A21 water supply also exclusive of delta outflow?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled.
So the Article 21, I know, is the additional diversions. So I'm not sure in terms of relation to when you say outflow. So those are additional diversions.
And those are diversions before the water reaches, say, San Francisco Bay?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the third category? Is that also exclusive A56? Is that also, and if it's A56 supply, it cannot be delta outflow?
I believe so.
So during dry and critical years, is it correct that based on the modeling that you performed in Exhibit 110, on an annual average basis, 316,000 acre feet of water that would have been delta outflow will no longer be delta outflow if the project is, as you've analyzed the project?
Yeah, during dry and critical years, there is times when you have surplus flows. If there is, based on the hydrology, looking at historical hydrology, there are months where there are high flows, even in a dry year, and these diversions represent that.
Okay.
Based on the criteria.
Okay. And the increase, relative increase in the those diversions is bigger with the project in dry and critical years than it is overall, right? 24% versus 22% on this slide.
As a percent, yes, based on the results we have.
Okay. And so the relative, that,
But we do see
and,
the new baseline, yeah, it's about 250 or something.
okay. So then um, a couple questions about the carriage water, and then I think I'm probably at a good place to take a break. For the carriage water, is the analysis essentially that the North Delta diversions don't require carriage water, and so if DWR diverts from there, it can save, right, the carriage water that it would have had to include had that diversion occurred at the South Delta pumps? Do I have the high-level understanding correct?
Yes, I have, as I have in my testimony, a carriage water, anytime you move a unit of water through the delta, there is a cost to maintain the salinity in terms of water. So by diverting at the North Delta intakes, gives the operator flexibility to operate the project and maintain salinity in the delta with some carriage water savings.
Okay. And is that carriage water included in these 19 and 22% increases that were reflected in your analysis in water supply?
Yeah, this does include carriage water savings.
Okay. And carriage water that occurs under existing conditions is also ends up as delta outflow, correct?
Yeah, the goal is to maintain salinity and whatever additional outflow is needed for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singh. So, Ms. Kinsey, I'm in a good spot to take a break. I've probably got another half an hour, but we've been going for a little bit more than an hour. So,
Great. Thank you. I think it's a great time to take a break. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:40. Thank you. Welcome back. I will turn first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And I see Ms. Desjardins, you have your hand raised. I apologize if I missed that before we did break for lunch. I think you have not made an appearance today. I will look to the AHO hearing team. Will you please elevate Ms. Desjardins to panelist? And Ms. Desjardins, you can make your appearance. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you. I did want to raise a standing objection to Ms. Morris introducing testimony about the exhibits and characterizing them, and to the extent that such testimony is part of the record and it affects decisions by the hearing officer, I think that protestants should be allowed to rebut it. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. With that, I will turn back to you, Mr. Busher, for more questions for these witnesses.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Kenzie. Mr. Singh. Your testimony 110, or I'm sorry, your testimony exhibit 100 and the modeling that was done in the final EIR, right, has a baseline and then a with and without project compared to one another. Is that correct?
It has a baseline and with project, yes.
Sorry, thank you. That was inartfully asked. I appreciate the clarification. So I think about that as a direct comparison in terms of the analysis that was performed there. Is that a fair characterization?
When you say direct compare, I'm not sure if I followed. When you say direct comparison, it is a comparison with and without projects. Basically, we have a model that has baseline without DCP, and then we using the same set of conditions and hydrology and regulations, we incorporate DCP operations criteria, and we're comparing changes with the project.
Okay, and in terms of that process that you just described, is that process the same for what you call the sensitivity analysis in Exhibit 110?
It is the same process, so we are running the model with and without project.
And is there any difference between, right, the kind of comparative analysis in the final EIR and the sensitivity analysis that's the basis of 110?
When you say, and maybe I didn't follow the question, when you say differences in the modeling, or could you repeat that one more time?
So let me try it this way. I looked through Exhibit 100, and there's no mention of a sensitivity analysis of any kind in your description of the FEIR modeling. And in the first sentence of Exhibit 110, you say, this testimony provides a sensitivity analysis. So I want to know if there's a difference between the sensitivity analysis and the comparison that is the basis on the modeling in the EIR, or if they're just different words describing the exact same thing. I understand the parameters and the conditions are different, but process-wise.
Yeah, so the testimony, the reason I call that sensitivity is the main purpose there is looking at using the same models, the calcium and DSM-2. We updated the baseline, updated the criteria based on the ITP, and ran those models and looked at the results based on calcium and DSM-2. And again, we're looking at the comparative analysis or incremental changes with the project. And we compared that to the modeling that was done for the final EIR, which was in a different baseline, different criteria. And the sensitivity study was to look at the changes with the project, given the new information, and comparing it with the final EIR and the conclusions are based basically, the differences that we see are similar to what's in the final EIR. Incremental changes with DCP on the baselines. So I have series of plots looking at changes in water levels, a few locations of water quality, flow reversals, and so on.
Is the comparison with and without DCP performed in the ITP modeling, right? The same comparison you're doing in the FEIR modeling, just the changed conditions, et cetera?
When you say same, it is using same tools, calcium, DSM-2, and we are looking at the differences with the project.
Let me try the converse. Right? You did the comparison in the FEIR.
Mhm.
You did a comparison with the ITP modeling.
That's correct. Yeah.
Difference between the methodology and the questions you're asked or the things you're trying to answer in those analyses?
I don't think so. It is the same methodology.
Thank you. I just have one follow-up question. We had a lengthy discussion this morning about where the base model, like how that was created, where it came from for the calcium 3. Was that process the same for DSM-2, or is it different somehow?
Can you I just want to refresh my memory. What testimony are you referring to? Modeling for the ITP?
Correct. I asked you a bunch of questions about when the Bureau provided their input, where the model came from, who created the base, what changes were made, et cetera. Those were all in the context of calcium 3. I just want to know if there's anything materially different for DSM-2.
To my knowledge, no. It is still version 8.2. But I do, that the ITP does have its different criteria in terms of DCP operations, in terms of sub-daily operations. So that was one change in the implementation of DCP, looking at some sub-daily operations based on the ITP that are different than what's in the final EIR.
Okay, thank you. Can we put DWR Exhibit 111 on the screen, please, Ms. Mullen? Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, we briefly referenced this earlier, and you talked about how you used this document. I have a question. If we could go to page 36 of the PDF, please. This is in the section about using adjusted historical hydrological conditions as the baseline in this report. But I don't know, a little bit more than halfway through that large paragraph, it says this differs from previous approaches that used the ensemble average or central tendency of projected climate conditions. Do you see that, Mr. Singh?
I'm trying to look for it. Which?
Oh, man. Maybe 7 lines below the numbers 2 and number 3 that they're at the top. Kind of directly below that starts this differs.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay. And this delivery capability report is describing analyzing climate scenarios under multiple risk-informed scenarios, correct? It's at the top of that paragraph?
That is correct.
Okay. Was the FEIR climate analysis performed under multiple risk-informed scenarios or using an ensemble average or central tendency?
So the final EIR modeling, we had two different scenarios for climate change. So they used central tendency, what we're calling 2040 CT, and then also a 2040 median.
Okay. And both of those, the median and the CT, are ensemble averages of a whole bunch of different climate models, correct?
Yes, they were based on 32 climate models and the two emission scenarios and the data that was available at that time.
Yes. And for the ITP, is the same true, that the climate analysis contained in the ITP used ensemble average central tendency modeling?
So when you say ITP modeling, are you referring to the final ITP?
If you have different answers for the application and the final, I want to know that too. So why don't you cover all of it?
So for the ITP application, I believe there were scenarios at 2040 CT, 2040 median, which were similar to the final EIR. But there's no modeling for the final ITP criteria with climate scenarios. We've mostly looked at the existing conditions, looking at the incremental changes and comparing that with the EIR. And we do expect a similar trend for future scenarios as well.
Is it correct that nothing in your testimony analyzes the Delta Conveyance project under multiple risk-informed climate scenarios as is described here? It uses the other approach?
Nothing in my testimony is based on these climate scenarios that you're referring to.
Thank you. Can we go to page 43 of this document, please? If we could look at table 5-1. Mr. Singh, do you know what the maximum table A delivery amounts here are based on?
The maximum is based on, it's my understanding, on the long-term contract that the department has with state water project contractors.
Okay. Do you know if that bears any relationship to the face value of the water rights permits?
After legal conclusion.
You can answer if you know, Mr. Singh.
I do not know.
Okay. If we could scroll, hold on a second. Oh, to page 45, please. And look at figure 5-1 now. This is described as historical deliveries of table A and carryover water 2013 to 2022. I guess first, if you know, Mr. Singh, the kind of red dotted line at the top that looks like it's at about 40, I don't know, 4,100, 4,200 acre feet, or 1,000 acre feet. Do you know if that's the same maximum that was reflected in the table we just looked at?
I did not see the total on that table, at least what was on the screen.
Okay.
But it looks about right.
And then there's a dotted blue line described as a long-term 10-year period average. Is that the same as the long-term average you used in your testimony? Or is this an average of a different thing?
What I used in my testimony was based on calcium modeling that was done for the final EIR. That was a 94-year simulation. For the ITP, it was a 100-year simulation. So the long-term average was based on those simulated results of those respective modeling. And this one looks like a 10-year period looking at recent history.
And your analysis was modeled water supply or water deliveries, not actual water supply or water deliveries for any of that 94 or 100-year period, correct?
Yes, it is modeled looking at a certain regulatory requirement and level of development, which is different than historical.
Okay. And I take this as actual or historical deliveries. Do you have any understanding as to whether that's correct or not? This table or figure 5-1?
I haven't looked at this table or report in detail, but the title does say historical deliveries.
Are you aware of whether there is historical delivery analysis performed or available from years prior to 2013?
I am not. I'm not familiar with the history of delivery capability reports and what was done.
Right. And is your work on the modeling for the project included any effort to compare the modeled results in terms of deliveries to actual historical deliveries for any period of time?
So my modeling was mostly looking at comparative analysis based on the calcium model that is available. I believe panel 1 did talk about in terms of calcium 3, its validation and whatever calibration was done previously. So, but I just used the best available calcium model as a baseline, and my focus was mostly doing simulations with and without project and under those hydrologies and regulatory scenarios and looking at changes of project.
Thank you. We can put this document aside. Mr. Singh, in the modeling, does the proposed DCP ever convey water from the Trinity River watershed?
I'm not sure. Maybe I can ask Mr. Fitzhugh.
No, I don't believe so. Water moved over from the CVP does move water from the Trinity over to the Stack Basin, but that's just used for exports on the CVP side, so it wouldn't show up in the exports of the DCP as far as I know.
Okay, so let me ask a slightly broader question then. Does the DCP ever convey CVP water in the modeling?
So there is, I'm just thinking about this. I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Singh, are there any, or Mr. Fitzhugh, either one, are there any conditions or restrictions that you're aware of in the calcium 3 modeling for the DCP, right? Any of the versions we've been talking about that relate to Trinity River water?
Not as far as I know.
Thank you. We could pull up Mr. Singh's testimony, exhibit DWR 100. Go to the top of page 2, please. Mr. Singh, you state you reviewed and interpreted modeling results conducted by DWR engineers and consultants supporting the DCP. Did that group of that, well, I take that to mean there was a team of engineers and consultants working on the modeling for the DCP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did that group of people report to you?
No, did not.
Is there anybody in that group who is your supervisor or superior?
Anybody in that group that was my supervisor? No.
Is there anybody who is superior to you on the DWR org chart that was part of the team of people that you describe in lines 1 and 2?
So that line in 1, 2 is mostly looking at modeling that was conducted by engineers and consultants. So there was nobody in terms of my, org chart and superior to me that conducted those modeling.
Okay. Who did that team report to?
So for the modeling that was done, within DWR, primarily it was the DSM-2 modeling, and that was done by the modeling support office that is managed by Mr. Reyes.
And for CalSim?
CalSim, there was some coordination in terms of team that's working on the long-term operations. Team that was working on long-term operations state water project modeling. So we did use some of the models from that. So there was some coordination there, some coordination, and then also the consulting team that Mr. Fitz is part of.
Thank you. At line 6 and 7 there, you specifically call out support for Dr. Priest's testimony. Is there any other witness who you provided support for their analysis or testimony?
I know the modeling results was used for a lot of analysis in the EIR, but I can't think of direct support. Water quality was a big part of that.
Okay. And if we could turn to Exhibit 110, please. Oh, it's already up. Thank you very much. Page 3, lines 11 through 13. At the bottom of the screen here, Mr. Singh, the sentence at the end of line 11 starts, relevant aspects of the healthy rivers and landscapes actions are included in the updated baseline. One, that's refers to the voluntary agreements, correct?
That is correct.
And what does relevant aspects mean?
I'm just trying to remember. I think that is, in general, I'm referring to information that was available in the MOU. And we did rely on some of the previous models that were available within DWR.
Did you make a determination as to what the relevant aspects were, or was that something that was just given to you as these are the relevant aspects?
I think I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was my decision, but there were some modeling that was done previously, and we kind of took those models as our baseline.
When you say modeling that was done previously and you took those as the baseline, is that different than what we talked about at the beginning of this with the information that got passed back and forth, or the calcium 3 model that got used by DWR and the Bureau for Long-Term Operations?
So I think that's related to that. There was some modeling, and maybe Mr. Fitzy can help me with that. But I believe there were some models that we received that had voluntary agreements from the long-term operations team.
That is correct. The voluntary agreements, there's been kind of a process over the years of developing voluntary agreements to implement in calcium 3, and what was used in these models mostly came from the Reclamation's LTO models that had VAs in them. Possibly with some minor adjustments on the DWR side.
Thank you. We go down to page, bottom of page 5, please. At lines 7 through 9. Mr. Singh, do you have an estimate for the proportionate impact of the things described in the, I don't know, sentence 2 there at line 7 through 9? In terms of why the baseline, like how those things each cause the baseline to change?
Could you, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? What was the question?
So you state baseline operations in the FEIR and this sensitivity analysis differ because of adjusted hydrology, latest LTO and biological opinions, and other differences in the calcium 3 models. Is 90% of that difference attributed to one of those? Are they all equal? Can you give me any estimate for the proportionate impact of those 3 things that cause the baselines to differ?
I did not look at each individual component of that change. What we modeled was a combined effect in terms of hydrology, the biological opinions in ITP, and the calcium model that was extended to 2021. So it was a combined model, and I can tell you which differences because of what.
Can we go down to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we go down to page 13, please? If we look here at figure 13, this is San Joaquin River flow at Vernalis, correct?
That is correct.
Is the change attributable between the existing and the updated baseline conditions here attributable to the voluntary agreements in the modeling?
Maybe Mr. Fitz, you can respond to that.
No, I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm. Can we go to page 41, please?
Actually, I'd like to clarify that response. There's a one VA on the San Joaquin Basin from the Friant Division or from Friant Water Authority, which I think would lead to some increases in flows in the spring. But that's not the main reason for the differences on that graph.
Thank you. All right, sorry. So you mentioned this briefly at the beginning. Paragraphs 28 through the end of your testimony here relate to state water project reliability and in connection with seismic events, correct?
That is correct.
And your other testimony, Exhibit 100 submitted in January, did not include anything related to seismic events, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have any training in seismology?
I do not.
Do you have any expertise in the engineering or design of large tunnel projects like the proposed DCP?
I do not.
Do you have any expertise or experience in earthquake predictions or probabilities?
I'm not an expert on that, no.
You cite at the end of paragraph 28 to a U.S. Geological Survey survey from 2016, correct?
Which line are you referring to?
At the end of paragraph 28, line 10, citations on line 11 as well, DWR 113.
Yes, I see that, yeah.
Did you do anything to confirm the information in that 2016 analysis and whether it was still accurate today?
I believe that information I referenced for the final EIR, so I used that as a reference.
You used the document as a reference in your testimony and in the final EIR, the USGS survey?
I'm trying to recall, I think this is referenced in one of the chapters in the final EIR.
So I'm sure it is. My question is, did you do anything to confirm or analyze the accuracy of that survey as it relates to your testimony today?
No, I did not.
And that survey relates to seismic risk in the Bay Area generally. Did you do anything to try to translate or make that specific to locations in the Delta?
Well, the first paragraph that is in general talking about the seismic risk in the Bay Area, but the analysis that's done in terms of the scenario that was used is not based on that report.
And so when you say the analysis for the scenario, you're talking about what's referenced in paragraph 19 at lines 15 and 16 generally, correct?
Paragraph 29, line
Sorry,
15 and 16.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I apologize. Okay, so but again, right, I have a real direct basic question. Did you do anything to check the accuracy or to update did you do anything to translate the 72% chance of a 6.7 magnitude earthquake in the Bay Area generally to specific risk in the Delta?
I did not. I'm just referencing as it was in the EIR.
Yes. Do you have the training or expertise to do that kind of analysis to figure out, based on the 72% chance in the Bay Area, here is the risk in the Delta specifically?
I'm not a seismic expert, no.
Are you an economist?
No.
Okay. Do you have any advanced degrees or training in the economics of large water infrastructure projects?
I do not.
Have you performed any cost-benefit analysis of the DCP or other similar large water infrastructure projects?
I have not done cost benefit, but some of the modeling that we conducted was used in that process.
Okay. In paragraph 29, you cite DWR Exhibit 114. That's a cost-benefit analysis related to the proposed project. Did you have any role in preparing that document?
Not the document itself, but just providing modeling support that the economic team used to prepare that analysis.
Was your modeling support for the economic team at all related to the seismic risks described in this paragraph?
No, it was not.
Okay.
Well, let me just clarify that the seismic, not the seismic risk, but the cost benefit cost report does talk about using the same scenario and looking at some water supply benefit. So that was, I believe, based on some of the modeling that we did, or modeling that I'm referencing here.
So is your opinion in paragraph 29 related to the seismic risk of the project, or is it any broader than that?
The paragraph 29 is looking at a 500-year seismic event based on the reference that I provided there. And that is used as a base for calculating water supply benefits during a seismic event.
Yeah. And then paragraph 30 and table 7 on the pages 42 and 43, I think summarize what you just referenced, right? The water supply during or after a seismic event. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. At any point in your work related to the ITP on this project, the application or the back and forth with CDFW or the final, did CDFW ask DWR to perform additional seismic analysis?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there any reason that you did not include any seismic analysis in Exhibit 100?
No, I can't think of a reason.
Were you told or instructed by anybody to make any assumptions about future updates to the water quality control plan in connection with your testimony in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Were you instructed by anybody to make any assumptions related to future updates to the water quality control plan in connection with your testimony in this proceeding?
No.
Nobody told you not to include any potential future updates?
I'm not sure if I follow your question. When you say potential updates, what are you referring to? The modeling that we have includes voluntary agreements, and that's the extent of it. So I'm not sure what other changes are you referring to.
My question is just, right, you were asked to provide an opinion in this proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In connection with that role, right, your job providing an opinion in this proceeding for DWR, were you instructed by anybody to make any assumptions at all about future updates to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
No, my testimony is based on modeling that was done for the ITP and the EIR, and it didn't include any of those updates.
I understand that it did not include those updates. I just want to know if you were instructed by anybody to make any assumptions about that, right? Don't include those updates. Assume it will be the voluntary agreements. Any instruction like that?
No.
Mr. Singh, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. I've just got a couple questions for Dr. Priest to follow up on. Dr. Priest, in your analysis, can you tell me who instructed you or who made the final determination to use the regulatory requirements in D1641 as the standard for assessing water quality impacts?
I don't recall a specific person telling me to use this objective. That's what we used in the EIR, and my testimony is consistent with the EIR.
Were you in? Do you recall who was the final decision maker as terms of why it was used that way in the EIR?
I don't recall.
Did you ever ask to use a different standard other than D1641 regulatory standard for assessing these impacts?
I did not ask to use a different standard.
Dr. Priest, do you agree that low flows that are exacerbated by drought conditions enhance seasonal cyanobacteria growth in the Bay Delta?
Are you referring to a specific location of the Delta when you are asking that question?
Generally in the Bay Delta?
I would say in the areas where blooms are problematic, drought years tend to, but not always, cause the blooms, there to be more blooms, but that's not always true.
And drought years, right? Low flows exacerbated by drought years?
I don't think it's necessarily flow driven. Because a lot of the more severe blooms are in peripheral areas of the Delta that aren't really impacted by flows directly.
Okay. Do you agree that cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms have intensified in frequency and magnitude in the Delta over the last 15 years?
I would say generally that appears to be the case, but there's also increased monitoring now that there wasn't 15 years ago. So a lot of areas that are not part of routine monitoring programs have only recently been monitored more frequently, and that's also where blooms tend to be more severe.
Okay. Is it your opinion that, right, as a general matter, the most direct solution to mitigate cyanobacteria HABs is generally to implement watershed scale nutrient reductions?
I think that would be helpful to decrease nutrients in the Delta. I think that would likely result in decreased blooms, at least in some locations. There is an excess of nutrients available for blooms to form. That is true.
Certainly, I guess my question is more like a conceptual science question than a would this work in the Delta question. Do you agree that generally that is the most direct solution?
Yes, generally, if you're thinking of water bodies worldwide, people agree that nutrient reduction is an important tool for mitigating blooms.
And you described there being an excess of nutrients several different ways in your testimony and over the last several days. Based on your experience and research on harmful algal blooms in the Delta, do you think that watershed scale nutrient reductions are a plausible approach to reducing HABs in the Delta?
I think that's a complicated question. Eventually, that is the goal, is to reduce nutrients into the Delta. I don't think that is a short-term solution.
Can you just give me a range of what you mean by short term, right? I mean, like months, 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah, I'm speculating here because I can't tell you exactly, but multiple years, many years.
Many years. Thank you. And I don't want you to speculate, so I'll move off of that subject. Do you agree that increasing flows downstream of dams is an effective approach to decrease cyanobacteria growth or disrupt cyanobacteria blooms?
If you're referring to my technical report that has been shown in some systems, I do not think that is applicable to the delta necessarily. And the reason is because the blooms are really most severe in these kind of backwater habitats that are outside, the flow, the direct impacts of the flow.
Ms. Mullen, could we pull up one of the other exhibits I sent, Factors for Microcystis? I think is the file name. Yeah, perfect. Dr. Priest, this is a paper that you were the lead author on, correct?
Correct.
And it deals with harmful algal blooms in the delta, correct? Or microcystis in the delta, I apologize.
Yes, and it's using data that's collected through routine monitoring programs.
Okay. Can we go to page 2? We could zoom in on the top left quadrant there. Looks like the second paragraph, Dr. Priest, the third sentence states increasing flow rates, often through pulsed inflows in areas downstream of weirs and dams, is a short-term approach that can be used to increase turbidity, disrupt stratification, entrain buoyant cyanobacteria, and decrease their growth to prevent and or disrupt blooms. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's referring to studies outside of the delta.
Okay. And other than where we started, or what you told me just a couple of minutes ago before we pulled this up, is there any other rationale that you have as to, in your opinion, as to why that conclusion would not be true in the delta?
The delta is a complex network of different sloughs and channels. And so if you're pushing water down a main stem of a river, you may impact blooms directly along that river channel, but it's harder to control how that would impact all these sloughs and backwater channels that the delta is comprised of. It's not just a single river pushing downstream into a delta that feeds the ocean.
And I mean, I understood your conclusions to be that most of the monitoring in those, what you describe as sloughs or backwater channels, occurs in the central or south delta, correct?
That's what I'm aware of, that most of that additional monitoring, because those areas have been identified as being more problematic for having harmful algal bloom.
Dr. Priest, would you consider a 3% increase in the percent abundance of subsurface microcystis cells in the delta during a drought to be a significant impact?
It would really depend on but I don't know what we're starting with, so I can't speculate to what percent would be significant.
So let's start with existing conditions. Would a 3% increase from existing conditions in the delta in a drought of the abundance of subsurface cells be a significant impact?
It would depend where we are talking about. Like I said, there's multiple different channels if a bloom were to be occurring or not. As I said, they often occur in drought years, but not always, or not always more severe in drought years. Generally, they are. I don't have enough information to be able to make a conclusion based on that hypothetical.
Let me try it this way. Are there situations in the delta where existing conditions, if they were exacerbated by that 3% increase that I described, be a significant impact?
I just don't have enough information to answer a percent. There's no threshold for what percent would be a significant impact. And I'm just not prepared to, with the facts that I have here, to say if 3% is significant or not significant.
Okay, so maybe in some locations 3 is, maybe it's not. It depends on the location. You don't have an opinion about that one way or the other.
Yeah, I would need more information to have an opinion.
Dr. Priest, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I don't think I have any other questions for this panel. I think.
Thank you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you to the witnesses for their time, and Ms. Mullen, as always, thank you so much for all of your work and helping out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Busher. We still have approximately half an hour before our normal break, approximate time for breaking for lunch. I have on my list that Ms. Meserve, you may be up next for cross-examination if that's still the appropriate order. I will look. Ms. Meserve, would you please raise your, thank you, your virtual hand, and if we can bring Ms. Meserve up to panelists, please. And you're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Yeah, so I wanted to give you a little update on some of the cross-exam schedule. We did hear from Mr. Moore this morning that he had a medical emergency in his family, so it appears he wouldn't be able to do cross-exam today unless that wraps up. So I think we're in the position of him probably going after Ms. Tabor tomorrow.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Donlin has advised, and I don't know if Ms. Jones is available, that Ms. Jones was available to go after Mr. Busher, and then I would go right after her, if she's available.
I see Ms. Jones appears to be in our attendee list, so if we can please bring her up to panelists. Thank you, and Ms. Jones, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute and make your appearance here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Danica Jones. I'm appearing on behalf of El Dorado Irrigation District and Placer County Water Agency, sitting in for Robert Donlin, who has a conflict this morning.
Thank you. And Ms. Jones, are you prepared to ask any questions you have for this panel at this time?
Yes, I am.
All right, then I think we should proceed that way. Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and you're welcome to ask your questions, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. I believe all of my questions should be for Mr. Singh, and I'll try to get through these as well as I can. So if we could pull up Exhibit DWR 100, please. Thank you. And I will start on page 14. looking at paragraph 27. So Mr. Singh, in paragraph 27 on lines 12 through 15, your testimony stated that modeling results indicate that the diversions at the proposed DCP intakes are not likely to reduce the water levels below the existing minimum levels, and therefore will not impact the existing legal water users' ability to divert water from the river. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know which existing legal water users were considered in reaching that conclusion?
So my testimony was based on the modeling results, looking at minimum water levels during the period of simulation. And we looked at exceedance plots at different locations within and without project. And my conclusion was based on during the period where we have low flows and low water levels, we did not see changes in exceedance probability with DCP compared to the baseline. So that my conclusion was based on that.
Okay, so your conclusion was based on the modeled minimum water levels, not a list of existing legal water users that were analyzed individually?
I did not analyze any water level or water users list. Testimony is based on water level results based on modeling results within and without project.
So you do not know for certain then whether the existing legal water users for the modeling analysis definitively encompassed all water users in the Sacramento River watershed?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, so based on that, you do not know for certain whether the existing legal water users for the analysis definitively encompassed every single water user in the Sacramento River watershed?
So the water levels that we looked at was in the delta, and the modeling has outputs from different locations within the delta, starting just downstream of the intakes. And I had some sample locations in my testimony downstream of Georgiana Slough, Rio Vista, Terminus, and also a location in South Delta. And so the modeling does cover the whole delta in terms of DSM-2 results. And when I looked at those results, there is a wide range of locations in the delta. And the findings are that the maximum change you see is downstream of the intake when the flows are high, and that's when DCP is typically diverting. But as you move away from the intakes, those changes compared to the baseline are similar in terms of as you go farther away from the intakes. And there were locations where we didn't see no change or negligible change in terms of minimum water level exceedances.
Thank you. And so just now you were mentioning looking at downstream users and those in the delta. Did the modeling program make any assumptions or considerations about potential impacts to diverters and watersheds upstream from the delta?
I'm not sure if I follow your question. Could you, are you seeing changes upstream of the, which location are you referring to?
Upstream from the north diversions, North Delta diversions?
Section vague and ambiguous as to impacts.
Ms. Jones, will you please clarify?
Yes. So your testimony looked at the impact of existing legal water users' ability to divert water from the river. And you just testified that you looked at the water users downstream of the delta as well as those in the delta. Did the modeling program make any assumptions or considerations about potential impacts to the ability to divert water from the river north of the delta diversion points?
In general, I did present results in terms of flows at different locations upstream of the proposed intakes. And those simulations show that under the two modeling scenarios, modeling that was done for final EIR and also the ITP, there are no changes in those average monthly flows that I presented upstream of the proposed intakes.
And what were those locations upstream that were analyzed?
So what I presented in my testimony, there was flows at Freeport, there was releases on Keswick, Folsom, and also downstream of Oroville.
Thank you. And so I would like to scroll up to page 9, paragraph 17, please. So beginning with line 22, your testimony essentially states that diversions of excess water would occur during the winter and spring months when the delta is in excess conditions. Did you analyze, as part of the modeling, whether DCP operation will change the frequency or duration of delta excess conditions as a result of diverting excess water?
I do not recall doing that. I don't know if Mr. Fitzy, if he has looked at that, but the diversions are primarily during access periods. And based on the hydrology you have, you maximize south first, and there are times when there is available access flow that will be diverted by DCP.
I have looked at that question for the EIR models and also these recent models. There can be a very, very minor change in the frequency of excess conditions due to DCP, but it's typically extremely minor, less than 1% of the months in the simulation.
And could you expand, please, on that just a little bit about what these minor changes in the frequency would mean? Or would entail?
There are periods when, if the DCP is diverting surplus, it may be diverting a very small amount of surplus that's remaining in the system. And according to COA, that could shift the system from excess to balanced conditions. I would say, though, this is in the modeling, and this, in terms of whether that would occur in real operations, that's a question for the operations panel.
Thank you. And I guess this would be for either of you. Did you analyze whether DCP operation would change the frequency or duration of upstream releases from storage to manage flood control space in upstream reservoirs?
I don't think we analyzed that specifically, but given that the reservoir operations upstream not affected for the most part by DCP, that expecting it wouldn't occur, but I have not analyzed it specifically.
Thank you. And so you did not model the diversion of flood releases from Oroville at the North Delta intakes?
CalSim simulates flood releases from Oroville, and in excess conditions, though, could be picked up at the DCP, but we did not develop a specific accounting that would quantify that amount.
Thank you. And would that answer be the same for Shasta or Folsom flood releases?
Yes.
And regarding the excess flows being diverted at the North Delta intakes, what is the source of that excess flow, whether that's unimpaired natural flow or stored released water? And does it change?
It would not be stored water. It could be spills, it could be inflow below the reservoirs.
Thank you. Okay, scrolling down to page 10, paragraph 18, please. Mr. Singh, in lines 11 through 13, your testimony reads, the shifting of exports from the South Delta intakes to the proposed North Delta intakes would only occur during balanced conditions when there is a carriage water savings operational advantage. In the modeling analysis, did it consider any potential changes to the timing or duration of balanced conditions in the Delta as a result of shifting exports from the South Delta to the North Delta intakes?
I'm not sure if I follow your question, but the shifting is in the model happening during balanced conditions, conditions where there's releases from storage and we're shifting from South Delta to North Delta.
And so in those shifting, does the modeling analysis include any assessment regarding the timing or duration of those conditions or how they're affected by the shifting?
Could you repeat your question? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, sorry,
yeah.
I didn't ask it very well. In your modeling analysis, did you include any sort of assumptions or assessment about how the balance condition in the Delta might be affected by shifting the exports from South Delta intakes to the North Delta intakes?
So the shifting is during the balance conditions, and it is only when there is carriage water savings. So that as I mentioned in my testimony, these are the conditions, especially when Jersey Point, Rock Through are controlling. These are the times where any changes in South export facilities to South Delta can help salinity at that location, and shifting that to north results in some carriage water savings. So still in a balanced condition, it's just that the point of diversion is moved from south to north.
Thank you. And when would carriage water savings be released from storage for export?
In the model, it is trying to export the carriage water savings to the extent possible, is if there's capacity that is available. That is the first priority in the model, to export that. There's some time steps where that capacity is not available. In those time steps, it is can be stored at upstream reservoirs. In the model, these carriage water savings that are stored upstream, there's an assumption of about 100,000 acre feet that is moved through TCP in some of those wetter years. So that's how model is capturing the carriage water savings and moving through DCP when it can.
And in the modeling, are carriage water savings ever carried over into subsequent water years?
Maybe Mr. Fitz, you can expand on that. End of September storage that we did look at, there are times when the end of September is slightly higher, especially in Oroville compared to the baseline. Maybe I don't know if Mr. Fitz has any addition to that.
Yeah, it's possible that could happen. As Mr. Singh said, the amounts given that the end of September storage is almost identical with and without DCP, those volumes are very minor. Because the method in the model for exporting carriage water savings is an approach that's used to get the long-term averages to make sense and use up incremental storage that would have happened because of carriage water savings. It may not time out exactly with when the carriage water is there, but for the most part, it should be using up that storage.
And would the release of saved carriage water from storage increase overall releases from storage at all?
Section vague and ambiguous as to what the comparison is.
That's fair, Ms. Jones, if you can clarify your base of comparison.
Yes, the base of comparison would be during DCP operations versus the baseline without the operation.
In what location are you referring to? Releases from where?
From storage.
Like which reservoir?
Let's go with Oroville.
So I think I did present monthly averages of those releases flows downstream of Oroville, and what we saw within our project, there were minimal changes.
Thank you. And as part of your direct testimony, in your PowerPoint presentation, you had indicated there'd be a slight increase in carryover storage in State Water Project and CVP reservoirs due to carriage water savings. Is that correct?
I do believe there was a slight increase at Oroville and Folsom, about less than %.
Do you know whether those carriage water savings would be shared with the CVP and or the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation at all, or?
The way it was modeled, that it is sharing with CVP and State Water Project. That's how the modeling was done.
Okay. And regarding the storage in Oroville, where DCP operations would result in less storage in Oroville in any given month or year, does the modeling assume that Oroville refills the following year, or what are those assumptions?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, lacks foundation, assumes facts not in evidence.
Can you run the question by me one more time, Ms. Jones?
Yes. I believe, and this was in Mr. Schutz's line of questioning yesterday, but where the DCP operations would result in less storage in Oroville, does the modeling make any assumptions about Oroville refilling the following year?
Can you please refresh my memory with respect, and maybe for the witness too, or ask the witness if he remembers the scenario in which there was less storage in Oroville that we're discussing, that you referenced in your question?
Yeah, Mr. Singh, do you remember that testimony with Mr. Schutz yesterday?
I'm going to object to this on lack foundation. Mr. Schutz was allowed to provide information. Mr. Singh said that was an improper use of the model. So again, this line of questioning lacks foundation and assumes facts not in evidence.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I think what I'm trying to get to is let's continue to explore whether there is a foundation here. So I think Ms. Jones, I'm going to allow that. I'll allow the question of whether Mr. Singh, you remember that line of questioning, and we'll start from there.
I do remember parts of it, but in general, there is no stored water that is being moved through DCP, and other than the carriage water savings and the exceedance plots that I showed in terms of looking at storage in Oroville with and without project, there is minimal changes with DCP.
So, and maybe if I can ask a follow-up question, Mr. Singh, is it your opinion based on the modeling that you conducted, or do you have an opinion based on the modeling you conducted as to whether there would be a situation in which storage in Oroville would be less? I think Mr. Schutz asked it both ways, but we'll start with this. Less storage in Oroville without the project as compared to with project.
I cannot say about situations because I think as I mentioned yesterday, we use these models in comparative mode. We're looking at a 100-year or a 94-year period of simulation and subjecting the project to different hydrologies from wet to dry. And we look at changes, looking at those exceedance plots, given the whole range of modeling in terms of the period. And we're doing a comparative analysis. And based on those results, in terms of changes in Oroville, which is consistent with how the project is proposed to operate, we didn't see any changes.
All right, I think I'll hand things back over to you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Let's see. We scroll down to page 11, paragraph 20, please. So your testimony on lines 2 through 6 reads that shifting operations that reduce carriage water requirements could result in water being backed up into Oroville storage, and that water could potentially be released for later exports. Other than those releases, there would be no change in the operations of Oroville due to the proposed North Delta intakes, and no additional releases of storage for exports compared to baseline conditions. So in that conclusion, would it be fair to say that your modeling analysis is based on an assumption that there will be no effects on the timing or duration of excess or balance conditions in the delta, despite those diversions from the North Delta pump?
I'm not sure if I follow your question. Could you repeat it one more time, please?
Yes. So is your modeling analysis based on an assumption that there are no effects on the timing or duration of excess or balance conditions just in the delta despite diversions from the North Delta pump?
So modeling is simulation over a 100-year period, 100-year hydrology, and it is operating the project based on the criteria that is proposed, and that looks at balance as well as excess conditions. So the results that we see in terms of changes of the project is based on the period of simulation that was conducted for 100 years. That includes different water years, different there are times when TCP is diverting during access flows. There are times when there's shifting under balance conditions. So the results that you see include the proposed operations of the project and what the changes would be, say, to Oroville, for example. And the results show that with DCP compared to the baseline, there is a very slight increase in Oroville storage because of Carriage water saving.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the term refill criteria?
I am not.
So it would be safe to say then that the modeling analysis did not consider or make any assumptions about any refill criteria.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Are you familiar with term 91?
I'm not, I have some knowledge, but I'm not an expert on that.
So would you know whether or not the modeling considered or made any assumptions about term 91?
Sin calls for a legal conclusion, vague and ambiguous as to what assumptions and who they might or may not apply to.
You can answer, Mr. Singh, to the extent you know or have an understanding.
I'm not aware of it, no.
And are you at all familiar with the language of the California Water Code section 11460?
I'm not.
And so would it be safe then to say that the modeling analysis did not consider or make any assumptions about that water code section and its applicability?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll allow you to answer to the extent, well, go ahead, Mr. Singh, noting that you are not providing a legal opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that water code section is referring to, so I can't make a statement whether how that was incorporated in the modeling.
And I would just like to step back to the term 91 question for a minute. There was a comments on the EIR on that topic, and in one of the common responses, there is an analysis of the frequency of term 91 in the baseline model and the model with the DCP, and there was essentially no change in the frequency of term 91.
Thank you for that. And I think now maybe is a good time to break for lunch. I don't know if I might have one or two questions right after. But
But your estimate is that, are you estimating that you've completed, I mean, or are very close to completing your cross in terms of timing?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
So I think now, so we can break for lunch. That makes sense to me. Before we do break, are there any other procedural matters we should address? My plan would be to come back at 1 o'clock. And if you are willing, please do virtually stay in the room, and I will see all of you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It is 1:01, and I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? Looking to our court reporter once again, are you ready for us to get started?
I apologize, technical issues, but I am here.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to look at our larger gallery here. I see we have the witnesses. I see we have Ms. Jones. I see we have Ms. Carroll. Excellent. Ms. Jones, did you have any additional questions for these witnesses?
I actually have no more questions for them for today, so we'll go ahead and rest for now. However, we would like to reserve the right to recall these witnesses if needed in the event that the operations panel, which I believe is panel 4, defers to these witnesses on any pertinent topics.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I believe, if I remember right from this morning, that Ms. Meserve, is it correct that I should look to you next? And I see Ms. Meserve, you've raised your hand. If we can please bring Ms. Meserve up to panelists.
Ms. Kinsey, or Hearing Officer Kinsey, while we're waiting for Ms. Meserve, I was wondering if we could reserve some time at the end of today to maybe revisit some administrative issues in light of the request for SOMAC to proceed tomorrow.
We can. I want to make sure that, and I'm looking to our list here, that the SOMAC firm is, I mean, does it directly implicate the SOMAC firm? Because I don't see Ms. Tabor or Mr. Ferguson. I don't know that they're aware that we might be discussing these issues today. Or are they more just a process type thing?
Process, but we can also reach out to them to see if they are able to join later this afternoon.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I will, we can reserve some time for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Meserve, do you have questions for these witnesses?
Yes, thank you. I do. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Osha Meserve. I represent several protestants, and including some of the individuals who own property and farms underneath the footprint of the proposed project. So, as well as local agencies of the North Delta, which is a coalition of reclamation districts. So some of my questions will pertain to those interests.
And I apologize, Ms. Meserve. I'm interrupting you. I did not see Ms. Desjardins' hand. It looks like she may have something to say, so I apologize. If we can please unmute Ms. Desjardins, you should be able to unmute. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out regarding scheduling that Ms. Tabor said that she was going to be in a hearing today. And so I think it would be good to take that into account in scheduling discussion of SOMAC Simmons and Dunn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. That was my general recollection too, that there was a conflict. So we will address that and see how that goes, whether we can get to those issues today. I apologize, Ms. Meserve. Back to you.
No problem. Okay, so I was going to go ahead and start with Dr. Hatch on the groundwater related issues. Just looking at your professional information at the beginning of your testimony, Mr. Hatch, I was just wondering, would the DCP be the largest infrastructure project that you've ever provided professional services on?
I've provided services on similar projects before, so the long-term operations and former employment and Bay Delta Conservation Plan when I worked at CH Doom Hill.
So the Bay Delta Conservation Plan would be, I guess, a similar scale, maybe larger.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. But that didn't get completed, so we don't know how that would have turned out, right?
True.
Okay. And then I noticed also in paragraph 2, you mentioned that you worked on sustainable groundwater management. Have you provided services to groundwater sustainability agencies, for instance?
Yes, I have in my current role.
Can you give me any examples of groundwater agencies that you're working with?
We support the Quiesa Basin, and so I've been involved there, as well as indirectly involved in the Tule Subbasin as well as the Kern Subbasin. And then in Southern California, I've been involved with the Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency very peripherally, just providing some guidance.
Okay, so you're familiar in general with the Sigma requirements for sustainable groundwater.
Yes.
Let's see. So, just thinking about the groundwater sustainability under what I'll call Sigma, SGMA. Do you think that the impact on groundwater, the potential for impact on groundwater would change based on, for instance, the size of a tunnel? Like whether it was, for instance, as an example, like a 36-inch pipeline versus a 36-foot tunnel, would that be a difference that you would perceive as a person working on groundwater?
So just for my clarification, are you talking about a Sigma undesirable result, or like what are you?
Sure, that's a great example. Yeah, in terms of undesirable results.
I mean, I don't think that necessarily comes into play here because undesirable results are going to be a basin-wide effect and are going to be defined based on the sustainability indicators as defined in both Sigma as well as the GSP regulations themselves. And so it's up to the local agency to define what constitutes a undesirable result for the basin and then set those criteria to show when and where those would be met or not met.
And in thinking about undesirable results, have you consulted with the groundwater sustainability plans that are within the footprint area of the project?
To the extent that they're applicable, we leverage data from the groundwater sustainability plan models. So the Casumna South American, North American model, as well as the Eastern San Joaquin model. Those have been incorporated into the Delta groundwater model. But because the analysis of project impacts is the comparative analysis of with project and without project, there's no other sufficient surrogate for looking at with project and without project because none of the GSPs actually incorporate the tunnel into any of their planning scenarios.
And did DWR, to your knowledge, request to be incorporated, that the project would be incorporated?
I don't think that that really applies for Sigma purposes. It's a potential, I guess, project or management action, but that's not really something that the department would have to request and to be put into a groundwater sustainability plan.
Okay, so is it fair to say that, just say, using the South American Subbasin GSP as an example, that it doesn't contemplate the tunnel being in the subbasin right now?
In terms of the South American Subbasin groundwater sustainability plan, I'm not aware of it being in the plan, but I haven't taken that close of a look to the final plan.
Okay, and you haven't consulted with the entities that coordinated to prepare that plan regarding this project either?
I haven't personally.
Okay. Would it be the same for the Eastern San Joaquin Subbasin?
Yeah, I haven't personally, but I don't know if others have.
Okay. How Have you calculated how many acres or square miles of impact of like potential impact there may be from the 45-mile tunnel? Like how much area that would add up to?
And by impact, what are you referring to?
I think in this instance, I'm referring to just the footprint of the project and then it being subsurface and it having the potential to interfere with movement of groundwater.
Well, the modeling analysis we did showed that there wouldn't be an appreciable impact. The differences between groundwater levels before and after the project are essentially no different. And so there isn't, I guess, a real impact area.
Well, I guess my question was a little different and maybe you don't know, which is fine. I was just curious, like what the scale of the potential footprint that could potentially interfere with groundwater when you did this work. What is that area in like acres or square miles?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but a 45-mile tunnel that's 40 foot in diameter, I mean, we could do the math.
Okay. And then in addition, the work areas around that, the shaft and whatnot.
I mean, to the extent that those work areas would interfere with groundwater, I don't think that there is evidence that it would.
Just keeping with the idea of this being as far as your knowledge of infrastructure projects that could potentially have an impact on groundwater in these two subbasins, are you aware of any other project that is larger?
Larger in footprint?
Yeah, footprint.
I'm not aware of anything that would be larger, but in terms of the groundwater system, I mean, the aspect ratio of a 40-foot tunnel in the scheme of hundreds of feet of sediment is going to be hundreds of thousands of feet of sediment is going to be a pretty small area.
Did you attempt to calculate how much groundwater would be used in the course of tunnel construction?
In terms of tunnel construction, I don't think we have a total number, but the engineering project report for the dewatering analysis did a sensitivity analysis of that and came up with the numbers I cited in my testimony. So the 2,000 gallons per minute over the course of 4 to 6 weeks, and then tapering off to between 200 and 1,000 gallons per minute.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the engineering project report, was that from 2021, so it didn't include the double launch shafts that are now part of the project?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think it was from 2021, but it was a conceptual design. So site conditions are anticipated to vary.
Okay. But yeah, just in 2021, there was a different configuration that didn't include, for instance, Twin Cities launch area. I don't think it could have estimated the water use.
Just to clarify, the launch shafts, the dewatering associated with those doesn't extend beyond the walls of the launch shaft itself. So based on the construction techniques, they install the cutoff walls around the outside of the site. They dig in the wet and then they install the tremie seal. And so then you're only pumping out and removing water from within the tunnel shaft. So there wouldn't be impacts extending beyond that.
I asked another panel about this, but it's true that the tunnel boring activities would cross under some rivers and creeks. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And then did you account for the possibility that during tunneling, water from the surface or the working area could infiltrate down into the tunnel?
Well, the the tunnel is being constructed in the wet, so it's 115 feet down below ground surface, and that's going to be fully saturated at that point.
So you didn't look at the possibility that there could be basically seepage from the channels above the tunneling area into the tunnel as it's being constructed?
Yes. From what?
Well, I think what I was looking at was if we could maybe pull up an exhibit, Ms. Mullen. I just have put all my stuff in the Contra Costa folder because that's the one that I have the credentials for. There's one called Appendix C6, reusable tunnel material. Is that something that you can see in there?
I'm sure we'll find it. Give us a moment. Thank you. Oh, look at that. She's so fast.
I know. We all wish we could be as fast as Ms. Mullen. Let's see. So, are you at all familiar with this document,
I
Dr.
am not.
Okay. Yeah, this was prepared, as you can see, by the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. Could we please go to 2.2? I think it's on page 2, second paragraph. And I just wanted to point your attention, Dr. Hatch, to the paragraph that talks about the that there could be buried stream channels and old stream banks from overbank deposits along the tunneling area.
Right. I see that. And I mean, that's consistent with the hydrogeology of the area.
Mm-hmm. Do you know how what the depths of these channels would be in relation to the planned depths of the tunneling?
I mean, they're varied throughout the area because depositionally there are historical channels that as the valley filled in, so they would be at a lot of different depths, not just one or another.
And is it possible that the tunneling could interfere with the flow of one or more of these underground channels?
Well, I don't know if interfere is the right word, but it could go through some of those formations as it would, but that's not necessarily going to impact the stream aquifer interaction at that depth. A lot of these stream channels are much shallower than what we're talking about in terms of the depth of the tunnel. It's not like you're excavating from the land surface down to the tunnel depth. We're boring from the tunnel launch site down to the Bethany outlet.
But sitting here today, you're not sure how deep some of these underground channels are, and is that right?
Well, and like I said, there's a lot of different paleo channels that would be under there, and they're at a lot of different depths. And so there's not just one depth that I can point to say where they're at.
So you haven't looked at the issue of where the tunnel might intersect with some of these channels.
That information really isn't available to work from. We don't have good information as far as connecting limited subsurface data that we have for looking at paleo channel mappings. That's only been done in a few places across the Central Valley.
And And is it possible that some of these paleo channels, as you're calling them, are used by others for beneficial uses?
Well, groundwater wells are installed through a lot of different areas. And so it's possible that one taps into that. But like I said, the blockage of one or not even blockage of one based on the installation of the tunnel through the subsurface, it doesn't preclude groundwater movement.
It would preclude it where the tunnel is, at least, though, wouldn't it?
Groundwater would flow around it. The tunnel, sure, the water's not going through the tunnel, but groundwater flows around the tunnel. The tunnel's not a impermeable boundary through all the vertical space of the aquifer system. And there are multiple different pathways that water can take to flow. And so just blocking part of one isn't going to prevent water from moving across from one side of the tunnel to the other.
Is it fair to say that's your opinion? You don't have a way to verify that right now today, though, do you?
Right, that's my professional judgment that would say that, but I think it's a pretty safe bet, since groundwater is a very complex system that has a lot of interconnections and flows in 3 dimensions. And so we can look at the blockage from, or the tunnel going through a certain area and say that water would go around it. I think that's conceptually pretty consistent.
Let's see. I want to, we could put this exhibit down. Thank you very much. I want to go just back to the EIR chapter that you referenced in your testimony, and that is AHO 1055. If you could put that up, please, Ms. Mullen. And I was just looking first at the impact 1, which is on page 28 of that chapter. I wanted to just ask you a little bit about, there's a threshold on page 28 of AHO 1055 that talks about the significance would be if the losses, I'm just summarizing here, of a system of more than 5%. I think that's, let's see. I might be on the mitigation measure page, but oh, it's just down a little bit, Ms. Mullen, if you scroll. Yeah, that's saying the impact, the 5%. And then the EIR also has a standard for 10% of the depth of the shallowest known well. And you're familiar with the mitigation measure GW1, Dr. Hatch?
Yes. Yeah, I'm familiar with mitigation measure groundwater number 1.
Yeah. It talks about potentially re-injecting groundwater using injection wells, or bringing in potable water supplies. I was curious, in your testimony on page 3, you say that, and maybe, sorry, Ms. Mullen, we should go back to his testimony if you don't mind, which is DWR 1000 at page 3. And in your summary of your opinion on line 6 and 7, you say that construction activities will not impact legal users of water. And I just wondered, what definition of impact did you use in making this statement, Dr. Hatch?
So you're looking at line 6 and 7. That so that's based on construction activities, which includes the dewatering. And so based on the analysis and the provided in the EPR, as well as the mitigation measures, then there's no real changes that are expected associated with the project, and the construction activities for the installation of the intakes or tunnel shafts is not expected to cause any changes to any users in the vicinity of those facilities. And so that's how I base my opinion there, is we're not seeing a change in the groundwater conditions, and that's based on best available information we have at the time. As we get closer to building the project, in mitigation measure groundwater number 1 involves installing or using existing monitoring. And so when we get access to that, then we can look a little bit more closely at how water levels are changing around the construction sites.
But yeah, on line 7 and 8, you state that the mitigation measures will ensure there are not construction impacts. But I guess I'm just getting at, did you mean to say there won't be construction impacts in the first place? Or what you really mean is that after mitigation, you believe there won't be impacts?
No, we don't believe there will be impacts, but if there were, best available information at the time, so if there were impacts, then the mitigation measures would take care of those impacts.
Doesn't the EIR in the chapter we were looking at disclose that there are potential impacts to groundwater from construction?
I'm not aware of that. Can you point me to where it says there would be construction impacts?
Well, I think it's a more conceptual question in a way, because you wouldn't be required to have the analysis in the first place if there wasn't a potential for impacts, probably. So I guess I'm just
there's
trying to understand, when you say will not impact legal users of water, when you say impact, do you mean like they won't notice it at all, or what do you mean?
Yes, essentially there won't be any change outside of the construction footprint.
What about
based on the construction techniques?
What about the legal uses of water that were occurring inside the construction footprint? Would those uses be affected?
Are there legal uses inside the footprint of the intake?
Yes, there are. I'll show you, but I think you know that there are. We can look at that, but I mean, yeah, inside the footprint there are impacts. So that's why I'm questioning you about why you say there's not an impact.
Objection vague and ambiguous as to impacts.
I'm asking him what he means. He put it in front of me.
But I do think that there's a confusion about, you're confusing surface water versus groundwater impacts. And this witness, if you want to ask him about surface water, I think we'd object and we'd be overruled. But at the same time, his testimony is about groundwater, and that's what the impacts he's talking about. So I do think the record should be clear about the impacts that we're discussing, so that there's clarity about the testimony.
I guess fair enough. Ms. Meserve, will you clarify whether, when you're asked, or you can ask the witness to clarify what he means in his testimony. Either way, are we talking about groundwater and surface water, or one or the other?
Well, yeah, both things exist in these areas where the project would be constructed, just keeping with the example of the intakes. I mean, I'm trying to keep it to groundwater because I understand this is our groundwater witness. So,
well, just for clarity, let me ask this, Dr. Hatch, in this paragraph 8, the first sentence of paragraph 8, are you referring specifically to legal users of groundwater?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I will write that in. Okay. So let's see. Looking still at page 3 on line 21, it refers to the groundwater model used for construction, and I was just wondering, what's the grid size used in the mod flow model?
The grid size is variable. If we could bring up see DWR, I think it's the EPR, so I think it's DWR 1004 or 2005. It's the EPR 56. So we can search for the model in there, or we can scroll down and we can find it.
You are guiding us, so just let us know.
Okay, yeah.
Going here.
Model construction, this stuff here. So we have, scroll down a little bit more. So cell sizes range from 20 feet by 20 feet to 80 feet by 80 feet.
And have you evaluated if the small domain constrained the extent of the groundwater drawdown zone?
I have not personally, no.
Having a constricted model extent, would that show an unrealistic cone of depression for the dewatering activity?
If it was restricted, then it could, but what you would see is more water coming in from the boundaries, and you would effectively be hitting the boundary with your cone of depression. But the dewatering activities are a fairly small footprint within that model area, and so we do have quite a bit of space there around the sedimentation basin to look at where those impacts would occur.
And the space around the sedimentation basin, is that considered by DWR to be a temporary impact area?
That's just physical space around that between where the construction site is and the model boundary.
And do you know what the depth and spacing of any groundwater wells used in the analysis was?
Are you talking about the dewatering wells themselves or some other wells?
I think that it's the wells that are referenced in this report, the DWR 1004, that I assume the model is maybe based on in part.
I don't know the exact spacing of those wells, but I believe the only wells that are inside this model are going to be for dewatering purposes.
Okay. And then since we're in 1004 now, can you just confirm that at the time of this this reference that we're looking at, there wasn't a plan for a double launch shaft at Twin Cities Complex? Isn't that right?
I mean, I don't know that off the top of my head, based on what you mentioned about the date that would have come into play, then that sounds possible, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm just speculating.
And the lower Roberts launch area is different as well, isn't it?
Lower Roberts would be different from the Twin Cities site, yes.
Well, from what was planned in 2021.
I would assume so. I mean, this is looking at the intakes, and then is really focused in on, I think, the intakes and the southern forebay, which obviously doesn't apply to the Bethany Reservoir alternative that we're talking about. But again, the tunnel shafts themselves, the dewatering doesn't exceed the footprint of the tunnel shaft. So I just want to make that clear that we're not dewatering in the same way at the tunnel shafts as we are at the intake facilities. And so the volume of water inside the tunnel shaft is all that's being removed from the tunnel shaft locations. So if you scale up the tunnel shaft size, you scale up the volume, but you're only removing the volume from within that tunnel shaft, and that's it.
Yeah. And sorry if you answered this before, but did you estimate the amount of water you'd be removing from the shaft launch sites?
I didn't personally, but like I said, we could, based on the diameter of the launch facility, we could do that math, the depth and the diameter of it.
Okay.
It's going to be a very small amount relative to other types of dewatering operations.
Let's see. And then going back to your testimony, if we could please, so that's the DWR 1000 at page 21. You're discussing the impact assessment of the groundwater drawdown at water supply wells on line 6. Yeah. And that 20-foot groundwater drawdown as the threshold for an impact, that comes from the EIR, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And so do you know what the ranges of variation are in the wells that could be impacted by the project that are production wells of one kind or another?
Not off the top of my head, no. The main focus of this was looking at the median depth of wells and the average depth in the vicinity and of the statutory delta, and then looking at how that would relate to a drawdown at a supply well, and 20 feet was selected as something that should be able to be accommodated by a supply well, given that those wells are pumping and there's no pumping affiliated with the project. So that the drawdown would be associated with the wells themselves pumping.
But as a threshold for the impact that's would be considered significant and require mitigation, right? You use the 20 feet, but you don't know whether a typical well could still operate with something with a 20-foot change, or up to a 20-foot change, maybe I should say.
Well, a pumping well would likely see a certain amount of drawdown at that well. And so as a user of groundwater, you would want to make sure that your well can handle an adequate amount of drawdown from your own pumping operations. And if it didn't handle that, then you're already going to have efficiency issues.
And you're aware some of these wells that are agricultural and domestic wells in this region are quite old. Have you looked at how old they are?
I have not looked at exactly how old some of them are, but generally I'm aware that some are old. But the question, I guess, I'm not sure how age necessarily comes into project impacts or potential impacts related to the project.
Yeah. Are you aware that the town of Hood relies on 2 groundwater wells to provide water to the town?
Generally, yes.
Did you consider what up to a 20-foot change in water level could do for the operation of those wells?
Not specifically, but they are included in this analysis of the supply wells, along with the other 3,563 other wells that were included in that analysis.
And that number comes from the total number of wells in the entire delta, right?
Within a 3-mile buffer of the statutory delta, correct?
Did you try to look at like a more focused grouping of wells that are closer to the project impacts or potential impacts?
I think this analysis is sufficiently detailed because it's not looking at them in combination. It's looking at any change to any of those wells related to the groundwater modeling. So if it won't necessarily matter if we did it more focused and to a smaller footprint or to incorporated even more wells. It's the fact that we considered 3,565 wells in that vicinity to look at the changes associated with the project at all those in the vicinity of all those wells.
Did you look at the difference between the depth to groundwater, say within the delta, near the channels and on the islands, versus depth to groundwater out more along the tunnel route to Bethany, in terms of comparing that?
Not specifically, but that's within the groundwater model and how that was implemented. The main goal of the analysis was a comparative analysis. So it's looking at the incremental change related to groundwater from the project itself.
And then on page 22, you mentioned changes to long-term groundwater storage, and you evaluated the change in groundwater from 1974 to 2015, which showed an increase in groundwater storage in the Delta. Do you know if that increase has reversed over the past decade due to increased water demand or other factors?
I don't know offhand. The reason why 1974 to 2015 was selected is because that corresponded to the historical Delta groundwater model, and groundwater changes in storage are not easy to calculate without a groundwater model. You need to connect a lot of dots with the different wells, and if we don't have good data at the wells, then or consistent data across different time periods, then we wouldn't be able to get that number.
So you didn't consider more recent groundwater information past 2015?
Not in the modeling analysis.
Okay. And you're aware that some of the other hydrologic analyses for this project are using more recent data in the modeling, right?
Generally aware, yeah.
Let's see. But it sounds like is it your testimony that that newer data wasn't available to you for groundwater?
The analysis that we did wasn't available, and with it recently becoming available, it wasn't enough different to warrant undertaking additional analysis. Especially since we're looking at incremental changes with project and without project.
Mm-hmm. When did that data become available?
March or end of February of this year.
Okay. And what year does that data go through?
I believe that's water year 2021.
Okay. And are you aware there's a cone of depression near Elk Grove that's discussed in the groundwater chapter of the EIR?
Generally where, yes.
Did you look at the potential of the project construction to have any effect on that cone of depression?
Again, you're talking about the construction.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it not compound.
Okay. So for construction, the dewatering at the intakes is going to be very focused around the intake facilities. And that's not anticipated to have any effect or changes very far to any outside of the footprint. And then the Twin Cities launch site, again, is the tunnel shaft. And so the volume of water is just from within the tunnel shaft. So there wouldn't be any anticipated changes to that cone of depression related to the project itself.
Do you know how far away the Twin Cities launch area is from that cone of depression?
Not offhand, no.
Let's see. And during operation, I know the EIR analyzes the incremental changes in recharge from the lowering of water levels in the Sac River. Do you have any opinion about that having an effect on the cone of depression?
Are you talking about the analysis conducted under groundwater impact number 1, the stream aquifer interaction?
Yeah.
So the changes are very small between the project and no project. And so due to the fact that groundwater surface water interaction can't be measured directly, it's essentially no change. It's a very small difference. So I wouldn't anticipate it having a large effect on the cone of depression.
But you didn't consult with the groundwater sustainability agencies about how the GSP is going to address that cone of depression, did you?
I didn't personally know.
And then going back to the idea, let's see, it's on page 27, line 18 of your testimony. You talk about the GW1, which we spoke about before. And are you, with respect to the injection portion of that mitigation measure, is it required under California law that the water would need to be treated to drinking water standards before injection?
Objection, legal, calls for a legal conclusion.
Can I answer, Dr. Hatch, if you know?
I'm not sure exactly in this context if it does, but the project would provide whatever regulatory requirements in order to inject that water back into the subsurface. It would properly be permitted.
Okay. Well, so it sounds like you're not sure what the standard is for re-injection. Is that true?
Yeah, not in this context.
Okay. And then do you know how much water would be generated that, let's say, potentially would need to be treated to drinking water standards?
I'm not sure offhand how much, when it actually would be dewatered, how much would actually have to be, what that total volume would be.
And are you aware of what kind of facilities it would take to treat water to drinking water standards if that was required?
Generally.
And is that
I mean, it depends on the water quality and the constituents to get it to drinking water standards.
Mm-hmm. In your experience, is that something that can be done on a construction site?
I don't see any reason why it couldn't.
but you don't know the scale to which we would be talking in terms of.
Right, I don't.
Okay. Let's see.
And we don't even know if injection would be needed. It's just there as a mitigation measure. And if mitigation, or excuse me, injection is, as I state in my testimony, is not feasible for whatever reason, then there are other options to take instead of instead of injection.
If you didn't re-inject it though, wouldn't that be a net reduction in groundwater in that location?
Well, again, it is going to be removed from the dewatering site. So the goal through the design of that dewatering for the intake facilities would be to limit the effect on the groundwater levels outside of that. So the cutoff walls that are installed would minimize the flow rate into the injection site. And the goal would be just to equilibrate and make sure that we're not having excess water coming into the excavation.
And is one of the other options to if re-injection wasn't done, to place the water in drainage canals that may be on these farms already?
I don't specifically recall that as one of the options, but the options are to look at replacement water supply if there were found to be impacts, and then looking at alternative or compensation for lost production, among other things. There's a couple other things I think mentioned in my testimony.
Right. And if such mitigation was required, would you stand by your statement on the third page of your testimony that there was no impact?
Well, I think that comes down to the definition of the impact, but it's in terms of my analysis and looking at the available information, we don't anticipate there to be any impacts, and mitigation measures would prevent those from being an issue if there were any.
And with respect to the water at, say, an intake site that would need to be placed in drainage canals, did you look at the capacity of the existing drainage canals in your analysis?
I guess I'm not sure if the water produced by the construction site for dewatering would go into existing drainage canals or not. I think that's very still a conceptual design level of analysis.
Okay. Maybe we could just for an example, could we please, Ms. Mullen, bring up the Stillwater Orchards protest, which I think is marked CCC number 2 because we didn't have an AHO number for it yet. So I think it should be in the.
I think it's there, and I'll look to my team. I know we looked into that and there was we didn't know why it didn't have an AHO number, and I think we may have corrected it. So let me look to the hearing team. Have we assigned an AHO number to this protest? And we have it here. So go ahead and ask your questions, Ms. Meserve, and I will circle back if we have an AHO number for it.
Okay, yeah, another thing I noticed looking for the protest is that Contra Costa is misspelled in their protest, and so when I first searched for it, I didn't find it because it says CONTA.
Got it. We will fix that. Thank you.
Minor thing, but okay. So this is Dr. Hatch, the protest filed by Stillwater Orchards and Richard Elliott and Sons, and his Rosebud Ranch is under the footprint of, I believe, what you are calling intake B. Is that correct? The one north of Hood?
Digby is the one north of Hood, I believe, yes.
Okay. And then could we please go scroll down to where there's a map of the ranch with the footprint on the top? Sorry, I don't know the page number, but I think we'll get to it.
And this is also just for the record, we have now marked this as AHO 73. Probably to avoid confusion, we might just leave them both the way they are, that this will still be Contra Costa 2, but also AHO 73.
Okay, thank you so much.
You know.
That. Yeah, there's a map here. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, maybe it's on page 15, I think. Okay, so this is actually the Rose diversion is right there, and this actually shows the other diversion, so it's not as relevant to Dr. Hatch. If we could just go one map further, please. Okay, so Dr. Hatch, in this diagram, we took the data from the I believe, well, it's not called the CER anymore, but the engineering project report, and just laid over the top of it of the ranch there. In the darker orange is the permanent footprint proposed, and then the lighter orange is the what is called a temporary footprint. And I guess did you consider, Dr. Hatch, how an area like Rosebud Ranch could continue to be drained if there was an increase in groundwater levels that the DEIR seems to suggest could occur as a result of the construction?
I didn't look at specific properties in my analysis, but the modeling suggested that on a regional basis, the changes would be in groundwater levels would be very small.
So without, in the DEIR, I don't think we need to go to it right now, but just to be clear, on the AHO 1057, on page 38 talks about 1 to 3 feet of potential rise in groundwater level in this region. So I guess, yeah, does it sound like, Dr. Hatch, you haven't looked at the specifics of what could happen in this location? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, in the context of operations, we use the Delta groundwater model and did the comparative analysis. In the context of construction, we did not look at specific details of this site in terms of drawdowns and the associated changes, but the same intake analysis with respect to the dewatering operations, I think to the extent that we have best available information for that modeling suggests that the impacts outside of the cutoff walls would be minor, and then the mitigation measures would be in place in case there were things that were unanticipated based on site conditions.
And would the cutoff walls be built around the outside of the dark orange part of this diagram? Is that right? Or
I believe so, but I'm not sure on that. You'd have to ask the construction folks.
Okay. And are you aware that the town of Hood drains to the north there through those brown lines to the brown dot in the upper right of this diagram? Is that anything that you've considered?
Where's the brown dot?
I'm sorry, it's a brown square.
Oh, okay. I'm not aware of those details. The surface water drainage system, or the surface drainage system, is that's a something that's built into a relatively small area that's within the model. So it'd be accounted for in the root zone process of the model, but not explicit because of the small scale features.
Um, and yeah, we can take this down. And one other site-specific question, which you may not know the answer to, but at the Twin Cities launch shaft, which is the subject of Frank Loretz's protest, are you aware that he doesn't rely on groundwater at all right now for his pasture operation?
I'm not aware of how he uses water.
Okay, okay. Is one of the mitigation measures, I think it's in VW1, talks about providing replacement groundwater wells potentially.
Potentially or lowering existing groundwater wells.
So in his example, that you're not aware, but that would be an entirely new groundwater use that would be created if he needed replacement water supply.
Well, I should clarify and say that replacement water supply under groundwater mitigation measure groundwater number 1 is provided, but I don't know offhand necessarily if what the source would be.
Okay. All right. That's the questions I had for you, Dr. Hatch. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Meserve, I'd like to ask just for a 5-minute break, in part for me. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and come back at 2:08. I appreciate it. Thank you. right, to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready.
Wonderful, thank you. And I will look to our witnesses and thank you all for the quick break there. And we will make sure we have Ms. Meserve, and I do want to make sure we have Ms. Carroll as well.
Yes, apologies. I
Great.
forgot about my camera.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure you were there. Thank you. And I assume Dr. Priest will be here shortly, and I don't know if we may not need her for questions right now, but back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Apologies. It looks like Ms. Priest cannot, or Dr. Priest cannot start her video.
Oh.
As fate would have it, I was going to go to Dr. Priest next.
And here she is.
If
I think we're ready.
Easy for her to get back on.
Yep, I'm on now.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so I have some questions for you, Dr. Priest, about your testimony. I guess we could go ahead and bring it up, maybe makes it a little easier. That's DWR 400. And on page 2, I believe. You mentioned, Dr. Priest, and we've been talking about over the last couple of days that modeling should be viewed comparatively between scenarios. You see that part of your testimony?
Oh, yeah.
Line
Yep.
6. Yeah.
And that's correct, yeah.
Okay. And are these scenarios generally presented in your testimony as monthly averages of the simulation period? For instance, in the case of EC or electric conductivity?
They are provided as a long-term monthly average, though I also have a table that is used comparatively for the compliance of electrical conductivity and chloride that uses daily data.
Average daily data.
Able to average the data is done the same way that the D1641 averages data.
Okay. And is it correct to say that applying monthly averages over 94 years would tend to cluster around a mean?
The bar plots that I showed do show the long-term averages or the means. So it considers both, you know, the largest and smallest value in that. And then I also have the exceedance plots that break down the data a little bit further.
And your testimony here in the report, did it break down the results of the modeling by water year classes at all? For instance, between dry or wet years?
Yes, if you want to scroll to the bottom of this document where the figures begin, it shows the different water year types at the different locations. Oh, excuse me. It would be in the technical report that supports the testimony.
Okay. Well, we can maybe come back to that. Let's continue with this piece. Thank you. That's your technical report. You mean 404? Would that be? No. It would be 402 that you're referring to, Dr. Priest?
For electrical conductivity, yes.
Okay, okay.
And I do show the water year types in my exceedance plots in that document.
Okay, thank you. And then on, let's see, you refer to different regions of the Delta, going to page 17 of your testimony. as being southern, eastern, western, and northern. Looks like on page 17 and then also on page 20.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So thinking back to page 6 in paragraph 11, you solely refer to 3 Mile Slough, Rio Vista, and the Sutter Steamboat locations in the North Delta for EC.
So to clarify, these regions that we're looking at right now are in regards to the harmful algal bloom analysis.
Right.
In regards to electrical conductivity, I used the D1641 compliance locations for the assessment, but added in 3 additional locations that are in the North Delta Water Agency contract for further assessment. So I think that's fair to say those are in the northern region.
Okay.
But I didn't classify the electrical conductivity and chloride locations in the same way that the harmful algal bloom analysis does. It's different locations that I'm analyzing for the different constituents.
Okay. So could we please look at that DWR 402 at page 21, I think is the map you're referencing, Dr. Priest.
For electrical conductivity?
Correct. So that's got the 3 locations in the North Delta for EC. Does that sound right? Okay. And I was wondering why you didn't present any of the other possible nodes in the North Delta for EC.
We thought that this would be a good representation of a good geographic coverage of the electrical conductivity, and found little to no change when looking at the incremental differences, and so conclude that there would be no impacts to electrical conductivity or no substantial impacts in this region.
And so is it your opinion that, for instance, there wouldn't be any salinity changes at all at a place like Liberty Island and Cache Slough, for instance?
I'm not sure if Mr. Singh looked at that information with the modeling output, but my conclusion based on the assessment locations that I had modeling results for, I did not see any impacts in that area, or very little incremental changes in that area of the delta.
Okay. And then same question with respect to like Georgiana Slough downstream of the proposed intakes. Aren't there beneficial uses of water in that direction as well that would be concerned about changes in EC?
So all of the other locations on this map are on there because they're D1641 compliance locations, and that's why they were chosen for the assessment. And I also showed, incrementally that there would be little to no change at these locations, especially during that D1641 compliance period.
Mm-hmm. Do you know how many surface water intakes there are between the Steamboat Slough model node and the proposed diversions upstream from there?
I do not know the answer to that.
Let's see. How many North Delta locations do you complete a chloride analysis for?
Maybe we should pull up the map so we can look at that together.
Okay, sure. So that's going to be in DWR 403.
Yeah. And page 4. Of the document, not PDF, page 4. So there's a total of 6 assessment locations. You can see there's one in the North Delta.
The North Delta one, actually. Just
Excuse me?
you had one in the North Delta, is that right?
Yes, and once again, these are primarily the D1641 compliance locations that were used for the assessment.
And that one in the North Delta is where the North Bay Aqueduct is?
Yes.
Okay. Did you complete any discrete analyses for the potential HABs formation in the North Delta?
Would you like to pull up the map so we can, from that, in 404?
404, well, yeah, sure, we can look at that. DWR 404, page 26, thanks. But here's the map, but none of those are in the North Delta, are they?
No, the most northern sites are the Sacramento River at Brannan and then McColmney near Bolden Island.
Are you aware of the Water Quality Monitoring Council HABs reporting system? That the State Water Board conducts?
Yes, and generally where people self-report. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, well, I guess, are you aware that the Water Quality Monitoring Council has received HABs reports for the Northern Delta?
I'm not aware of specific reports. I think being familiar with the visual index data that is part of my technical report, there have been reports up there, but they're much more rare or much less common than in the central and more southern part of the Delta.
Mm-hmm. Just as an example, I can show you one. Ms. Mullen is in the Contra Costa folder, and it says 2022 HABs reports map.
And I'll take this opportunity, Ms. Meserve. I wanted to get your input on what you think the best way for us. I know you represent a number of clients and they're not necessarily in the same boat, but in terms of just exhibits, identifications, does it make more sense to try to separate them, or should we just call them all CCC, or do you have a suggestion on that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think I should have an answer and I don't. I could attempt maybe when we get to the end of this section of the hearing, maybe to see if it sorts itself out in a way that would be helpful. I wasn't sure, honestly.
That's fair. We weren't either. So we'll continue doing what we're doing, and then we can talk about if there's some more sensible way to do it. We can.
Yeah, and I think if we figured out a better organization, I think maybe we would leave them in their original location as well, just so that the record could be clear. You know,
right? Exactly.
That might be a solution. We could just scroll out a little bit. I just wanted to show you, Dr. Priest, that in 2022 there was some HABs reported up in the Northern Delta Cache Slough area. And I believe it says on the next page of this, Ms. Mullen, that the reports can come from I guess it could be crowdsourced as well as partners, as well as monitoring data submitted to the board. So it's kind of a variety of sources. Does that sound right, Ms. Dr. Priest?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, just going back to the map, you see that there are HABs reported in 2022 in this area.
Yes, and 2022 was an extreme, critically dry year, the third in a row of dry years. So that would be a period when it's more likely to see bloom. In my technical report,
Apologies, we have a technical issue on our end where a speaker was going off to cause reverberation. So I asked Miss Dr. Priest to stop for a moment.
Sure.
Okay. Does that sound better to everyone? Okay. As I was saying there in the technical report 404, I do provide, using a visual index, the microcystis visual index scores, some figures that show where in the delta we are most likely, or historically I've seen since between 2017 and 2022, more likely to see blooms. And although I'm not saying it's not possible to see some in the North Delta like you're showing here, it's less common than in the Central and Southern Delta.
Okay, could we, Ms. Mullen, show the other HABs report map that I have for this one, the other one, I don't know, this is, I need the 2021 report map, please, which has a similar name. So this is also showing, and Dr. Priest, this was also in a critically dry year.
The second out of a 3-year.
Yeah. And we could expect to see more critically dry years in the future, right?
I think it's reasonable to speculate that there will be climate change, and that may present in more critically dry years.
And then in addition, in the North Delta, are you aware that there are multiple restoration projects, recent and proposed, that are increasing the total shallow area and dead end sloughs in the Cache Slough complex?
I would say I have heard of some of those, but I really don't know any details of those projects.
Just so that you can see what I'm talking about, could we please pull up the file that's called Figure 14 Regional Restoration Sites? And this is a map. If you go to I lost the page. Oh, it's going to be, I think, on page 703, perhaps. If you could go, oh wait, 713. Thank you. My cat is attempting to testify here. Okay. Yeah, so looking at the Cache Slough area, do you see that, Dr. Priest, where it's the numbers are, looks like 7, 8, 9, 10, or those are all kind of clustered in the Cache Slough area.
I do see that.
Yeah, so and this is from an RMA report that was part of the Lookout Slough EIR. So in thinking about the fact that HABs have already been reported in the North Delta, as well as this increase in shallow water habitat as part of these restoration sites. Wouldn't it be appropriate to look at sites in the North Delta and analyze those for how the project might influence HABs formation?
So as I stated in my testimony or my technical report, I chose locations for assessment that have been part of routine monitoring programs that have looked at HABs and are areas where HABs have been identified. And then I added some additional locations that are known HAB hotspots. And so I feel confident that I analyzed the areas of the Delta that are most prone to having harmful algal blooms. To also go on to say that if HABs were to develop in these restoration areas, which is pure speculation, we don't know, just because you're creating new habitats, shallow habitats, that HABs are going to form there. That's not possible to predict, but that would happen with or without the project that we're testifying here about today.
Wouldn't, but you do talk about how dead-end sloughs are kind of a prime location for HABs to form.
That's what we have observed in the central and southern Delta.
Mm-hmm. So isn't it possible that the taking freshwater flows off of the Sacramento River could change freshwater flow availability into this area in Cache Slough as well?
Well, as I stated, we don't know that these restoration projects are going to cause blooms to form. That's just speculation. It's possible, but there's no evidence that they're going to occur more frequently in these locations.
Well, let's just keep with the fact that the HABs have already been identified in this area and not even worry about the restoration sites. Does that change your answer?
The HABs have been occasionally detected up in that area. I don't know how severe, if it's just a few cells, or I'm not sure what the gray dots represented, if someone's just seen a small bloom or they've seen a few cells. It's hard to know because the way that you report into that system is very vague.
Yeah, I agree. I think it turns gray if it's over 90 days old. I think it's the way that may work. That's what I was reading, but okay. So let's just summarize. So you use 3 North Delta locations for your EC analysis, right?
That's correct.
And then you use 1 North Delta location for chloride.
Yes, the D1641 compliance location, and the 3 electrical conductivity were North Delta Water Agency in the contract agreement.
And then you didn't do any detailed HABs analysis in the North Delta, correct?
And then, as I stated previously, I chose to do the assessment in areas where HABs have been monitored to date and or HABs have been identified as problematic.
So the answer is no, you didn't do any HABs analysis in the North Delta, right?
I did not include that specifically, but HABs have not been, just because they've been observed occasionally up there, they're not recognized, that area is not recognized as being problematic for harmful algal blooms. And we could pull the visual index figure from my technical report up to further drive home that point that
That's okay. I'm going to move on. Thank you. I'll take a look at it though. Thank you for the reference.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go back to the testimony, if we could, please, Ms. Mullen. That's DWR 400 on page 7. And this on line 6 and 7 discusses that there was a 9% modeled monthly average EC on the July through January period at Sac River at Emmetton. Correct?
up to, yeah, about 9% higher.
And if the data wasn't averaged by month and year, wouldn't the increases be greater than 9% at the time of the exceedance?
So the exceedance, the compliance table where we look at exceedances is different than the sentence that you're referring to. We could scroll to that if that's helpful, but as far as exceeding the water quality objective, that was a less than 1% increase in exceeding those objectives compared to existing conditions.
So I'm sorry, Dr. Priest. I probably should have said 9% at the time of the increase that was modeled. I shouldn't have used the word exceedance. Does that make it a better question? If it wasn't averaged, then there would be percentages larger than 9% in the plot before averaging, right?
I looked at the daily exceedance plots and the lines were very close to one another as they are for the long-term monthly plots. And then further, so I think the range would be similar. And then further, Mr. Singh has in his testimony the daily data for electrical conductivity, and the incremental changes are similar.
Okay. And then on lines 15 to 17, you reference the 8% higher with the DCP scenario from July through January at 3 Mile Slough on the long-term average as well. Did you consider the potential that increases in salinity in the water, even if the operations were in compliance with D1641, could cause buildup of salt in soils, for instance?
Can you scroll up a little, please? Yes, well, I'm not a soil expert and not familiar with salts in soil, but this is referring this location to a North Delta Water Agency contract agreement location.
Mm.
And it's within the agreement, even with the project.
Okay. Are you aware in the North Delta that farmers are reliant on water quality that is actually better than the minimum standards set by D1641?
The State Water Board is responsible for setting the water quality objectives, and I'm just simply showing how the project complies with those objectives.
Okay. So let's see. And are you aware that certain crops are not tolerant to increases in salinity?
Generally, but I'm not an agricultural person or don't work with crops.
Okay. see. In thinking about your analysis of, sorry, skipping back to HABs just for a moment. Your HABs analysis was for a 2020 condition, is that correct in the modeling?
That was the existing conditions that the modeling that I used for my analysis.
Yeah, so if in some of your cited literature is talking about warming temperatures under climate change, would it be informative to try to look at what the HABs formation might be with the climate change that is referenced in some of those papers?
Well, in regards to temperature in the EIR, we did look at that for 2040 and concluded that there would be negligible, if any, difference in the water temperatures under delta conveyance compared to existing conditions. And the temperature in the delta is really driven by, atmospheric conditions, and that would hold true in the future.
But that 2040 condition also had the 2018 Ocean Protection Council H++ high sea level rise input in it as well. That's been subsequently superseded, right?
Mr. Singh would have to answer that question. I'm not sure what exactly was included in that.
Yes, 2040 modeling, PIR.
Mr. Singh, if you can come off mute, please, that would help. It's on the Zoom mute.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the 2040 modeling in the final EIR did have a sea level rise assumption that was based on projections from 2018 OPC guidance. And so I think the analysis that Dr. Priest is referring to, that was done for 2040 central tendency. It was 1.8 feet of sea level rise, which was based on 2018 guidance.
Right, and you're aware that there's now the 2024 guidance has a lower range of sea level rise for that, what I'll call near-term projection than was relied upon, right?
Yeah, there has been an update, but if you even look at the new guidance, given this is a 100-year design life of the project, even with the new guidance, you will see times around 2050 or 2060 where there are projections up to 1.8 feet. So I think the information presented is still useful in terms of sea level rise and what effect that might have in terms of changes in temperatures with DCP in the delta.
Isn't the guidance from OPC more aimed at where to site a construction in terms of not siting it in a place that's subject to inundation? Isn't that what the purpose of that guidance is for?
Well, when you're designing a project, you definitely need to site and design it to meet that sea level rise, but you're also operating the project. And I think analyzing the operations under sea level rise is also essential.
So your understanding of the OPC guidance is that it would also guide DWR or other entities with respect to issues like water quality in that future condition.
I think what the guidance is, it has projections of sea level rise that we can see or expect in future. And depending on the project for DCP, yes, we use that information, not only looking at what that means for our intakes and also the 10-point sea level rise in terms of designing the intakes or other facilities. But the projections also can be used and were used to look at the operations during different time periods during the design of the project or life of the project.
Isn't DWR also using the projection as a way to justify the need for the project?
I'm not sure what are you referring to. The project is designed to, in the future, there is change in climate, there is change in sea level rise, so the project will ensure water supply reliability in the future, taking into account the sea level rise and climate hydrology.
Well, I think we'll come back to that later. I should probably finish up with Dr. Priest. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Let's see. So, Dr. Singh, if you know, isn't the Sacramento River the single largest source of cold water coming into the Delta?
It is. Is that directed towards me?
I was going back to Dr. Priest, but
okay.
If you would like to answer, you may. Thank you.
Temperatures are driven by the atmosphere in the Delta, if that's what you're getting at. It is the largest source of inflow into the Delta. That's correct.
Is it the largest cold is it the largest input of colder water as well? Or if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm not positive. It's the largest source of water, and it's generally cold.
Just had a couple other questions for Dr. Priest. I was wondering, back on your testimony, page 16, you referenced this 15-minute absolute velocity at multiple locations as a way to consider the increased incidence of HABs or the potential for that.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that velocity just show that the Delta is a strongly tidal system?
Well, it considers all velocity in the area, right? So tidal and flow velocity.
Don't those low channel velocities occur generally about 5 times a day when the tide is changing from high to low or low to high?
Where are we looking at on here?
Let's see. I thought it was on page 16, but let me see. I know you had some small thing about this.
The velocity was used to understand how the water is moving in a particular area. So we could see if there's any change to the movement of the water, as you know, main channels and highly tidal areas are going to disrupt cyanobacteria's ability to outcompete other phytoplankton species. And so that's why that was included as one of the 5 parameters in the analysis. And
it's down a little lower on the page. Sorry, Ms. Mullen. It's on paragraph 39. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Priest.
Yes, so as I was saying, the flow is important because the cyanobacteria have a harder time competing under high flow conditions, which is why we don't see cyanobacteria in areas like the Sacramento River where flows are higher. And so this was a good way to look at how, if there would be any change through the movement of water in different areas to determine if field conveyance project could impact velocities and therefore impact areas to become calmer and more conducive to cyanobacteria bloom.
But we do have HABs in the delta already, and there are tidal fluctuations already in the delta. So doesn't that kind of indicate that the absolute velocity is not very important in figuring out whether HABs would form?
Well, we see the most severe blooms in the areas with the least amount of velocity, which is these kind of isolated dead-end sloughs. That's where the HABs accumulate and aggregate and cause blooms that can potentially produce toxins. And then in main channels where there's that velocity, you may see cyanobacteria cells, but they're more mixed in there because the water is sloshing the blooms around. And so they're not able to aggregate and form the blooms that are of concern.
We could go please to page 22 of your testimony. Paragraph 52 just concludes there that supported by the scientific literature. Did you use best available science in preparing your testimony and the supporting reports?
Yes.
How do you define best available science?
Well, I look at all of the peer-reviewed literature and delta-specific HAB literature that's available, and consider that in my analysis.
Are you aware of the Delta Plan adopted definition of best available science?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. I'm going to move on to Dr. Singh now. As you can see, it's taking me a little longer. Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm trying to move along. Let's see. Dr. Singh, I think you might have had a question about this before, but in your slide, which I guess is 101R, is that's your slideshow? We could show that, please. In slide 45, you mentioned about the modeling assumptions accurately representing the operations. And I was just curious, I was thinking about the operations plan at DWR 805, and that states that it's can be changed in the future, right?
That is my general understanding that if there's any changes, that will be incorporated to that document.
Mm-hmm. So, are you saying that the modeling assumptions accurately represent how DWR intends to operate it? Or I'm just trying to understand this statement better in the context of knowing that the operations may change under the operations plan in DWR's case in chief.
So my testimony was summarizing results and assumptions related to modeling that was done for the final EIR, as well as modeling that was done with the ITP based on updated baseline and ITP criteria. So this statement here is referring to the modeling that was done for those two processes. The TCP operations, whether they were for the final EIR or the ITP, are accurately represented in the modeling that was conducted.
Okay, so it's maybe more limited than how I was reading it. And then we've also been discussing that there are these temporary urgency change petitions which have been granted in the past, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
And that the 2070 modeling that was discussed with Mr. Boucher earlier today does reference as well, right?
Yes, the 2070 modeling, it was not directly in the EIR, but it had a 2070 median hydrology and also a sea level rise assumption of 1.8 and also 3.5 based on OPC guidance. And some of the modeling that was done for that 2070 scenario, looking at water supply conditions overall based on the hydrology, there were a lot of years where reservoirs were going to dead pool, indicating a stressed water supply conditions. So there were a series of assumptions that were made to look at sensitivities at how they would help mitigate some of those water supply challenges.
So your testimony does, mention that it's addressing potential impacts on users of water. And I guess what I'm wondering is what assurances can water users in the Delta rely on regarding operations as they're presented here?
That question is pretty general. Can you be more specific as it relates to my testimony? Which impact or results are you referring to?
You said that the modeling assumptions represent the operations, and then we just talked about the fact that the operations could change. So, yeah, if people are trying to understand if their water uses in the Delta may be impacted by this very large project, can they be assured, for instance, that the operations won't change in the future from what's been modeled here?
That is beyond the scope of my testimony. The modeling that we have conducted to date uses the best available understanding of DCP operations. And the results that we're looking at is based on those proposed operations and the criteria that we have today. I cannot speculate if and when there will be any changes or what changes and what impact that might have.
Okay, well, I'll keep going. So your testimony also does address changes in, it analyzes potential changes in water level that might affect other users of water, right?
That is correct. There's information presented, changes in water levels based on the modeling that was conducted.
And in preparing that analysis, did you interview or survey any of the diversions downstream from the proposed DCP diversions?
No, I did not. My testimony is primarily based on proposed operations and looking at different locations throughout the Delta and looking at changes with the DCP, and my conclusions are based on those results.
Could we please, Ms. Mullen, look at AHO 28 just for a minute, at page 15 of that protest. This is the protest petition of local agencies of the North Delta, and one of the things I did was try to show the intakes, Dr. Singh, in relation to all of the water diversions in the water board's ERIMS database. So those are signified by the yellow squares, and this has the northernmost intake on it. I realize that's not in the adopted project, so you can ignore that. But you can see, Dr. Singh, that there's a lot of intakes downstream of the two proposed diversions, one on either side of Hood, right?
That's what this map shows as the legend.
And each of the diversions may have individual characteristics. For instance, it might be a pump that operates on electricity, or it may be a siphon. Are you aware that that would have different operational constraints associated with different kind of pumps?
Generally, I'm aware of that.
So is it fair to say you didn't consider any of the individual characteristics of the downstream diversions? Is that correct?
I did not, but as I mentioned previously, the modeling that we completed, I looked at locations throughout the Delta. Although only 5 locations are presented in my testimony, but the modeling output that was provided has multiple locations. And summary of my findings was that the most changes we see is the downstream of the intake, and as we move away, a lot of those locations that are being shown in this map, there are minimal to no changes, especially during the periods when the water levels are low and the flows are low. A DCP is not causing any incremental changes compared to the baseline based on the modeling results.
And based on the current operations plan that has a preference for South Delta pumping, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then wouldn't the diversions at the 2 proposed intakes increase the frequency of changes in water levels in the river downstream from what they are today? In other words, the variation that would happen because of the pumps coming on and off?
So modeling that was results that were presented were based on DSM-2 model, which is simulating flows and water levels in the Delta on a 15-minute time step. So for the whole 100-year of simulation, the DSM-2 is operating on a 15-minute time step, taking into account how those diversions will be happening on a sub-daily time step, as well as tides in the Delta and the flows that are coming in. So the results that I presented are based on those daily minimums, taking into account the daily variation at that location or any location.
But wouldn't the amount of lowering and however subtle it may be, Dr. Singh, wouldn't the variation, there would be more up and down because of these new diversions being on the river that have this very large capacity than today? Isn't that right?
So I'm not sure when you say more up and down. DCP is primarily being operated when there is high flows in the system. So under those flows, the majority of diversions that DCP has is in winter months. So in terms of at those high flows and tidal influences, I don't agree that it'll be a big fluctuation.
Yeah, I guess I was just looking at the absolute number of changes, not so much about the degree of it, just that the water levels would likely be changing more as a result of the new diversions. That's all I was asking about.
I cannot comment on that, but it's just the analysis that I did is looking at changes, and that is based on a daily data and a minimum state, and especially the times when the flows are low and the water levels could be an issue for diversions. We're not seeing any changes with TCP.
But I don't feel like I'm getting an answer to this question. I'm not asking whether it's a negative impact or anything like that. I'm not asking to qualify it to you for you to give it a quality. I'm just asking the changes would occur in water level more so than under existing conditions if you had a diversion that is coming on and off and has the capacity of taking 6,000 at the very top of its range.
There will be some changes, but I can't like say what the frequency would be.
But it's more than today.
More than the baseline.
Okay. Did you consider any associated changes in velocity that might occur as a result of those changes that might cause erosion on the levees, for instance, downstream?
The question make it ambiguous as to changes?
I'm talking about changes in water level that would occur when the intakes begin taking water and then stop taking water or change the amount of water.
Did I look at erosion because of that? No, I did not.
And do you did you look at changes in velocities that would occur as a result of the intakes being used under the project?
So we did present some velocity, absolute velocity changes at some locations in the Delta. And I think that's also part of some of the testimony that Dr. Priest looked at in terms of changes in velocities at different locations that are prone to HAB formation.
Okay. And you had some charts on water level that was at, if we could please look at it, DWR 105, which is probability of exceedance charts. DWR 105. And my question on this, Dr. Singh, was just if in the instance there was a scenario where there was only pumping in the North Delta, would these probabilities be the same?
I'm not sure when you say only pumping in the North Delta, what are you referring to?
Well, I'm thinking about at the end of your supplemental testimony, for instance, you have a scenario called scenario 3 on page 43 that shows Delta Conveyance project operates at capacity 6,000 CFS. So that would be an example of North Delta pumping only. Would that change these probability of exceedance charts?
My analysis was limited to the project that is being proposed, which is South Delta priority using North Delta when there are times there is excess flows on top of South Delta restrictions, whether that's capacity or regulations. So all the analysis that I have presented is based on the proposed operations of the project.
And is the South Delta priority, is that required in the ITP?
Objection calls for legal conclusion. Also, I'm not trying to testify, but there is a permit term condition on South Delta preference that DWR has proposed. It's permit term 2, and that just specifies the operations. So to the extent that, you know, we need to stipulate that we propose that, we're willing to do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Singh, if you are aware of a related term that is part of the ITP, maybe you can respond to it in that way, avoiding any legal opinion.
In terms of, all the modeling that was done for ITP, the proposed operations is same as the final EIR, which is South Delta priority.
You're not aware of whether there's a permit, an actual condition in the ITP that specifies that, though. Okay. Okay.
Ms. Meserve, I'm going to pause you for just a moment. It looks like Ms. Desjardins, I see your hand is raised. You're welcome to come off mute.
Yes, I also would like to issue a standing objection to Ms. Morris offering details like she just did. I believe that if is within the scope of the witness's testimony and therefore cross-examination, that it should be brought out on redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have your standing objection in already noted. So noted. Thank you. Ms. Morris, I saw your hand and then it went away. So I will, if you would like to come back up, you're welcome to raise it again. Other than that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Let's see. Just sticking with the scenario shown on page 43 of your testimony with the North Delta only scenario. Is there any analysis in your testimony that you're aware of that would talk about what the effects on other user waters would be from such a scenario?
I'm not sure which scenario you're referring to. If you could,
okay, sure.
If you could pull up my testimony.
Thanks. So yeah, that would be Ms. Mullen, DWR 110 on the very last page, 43. So yeah, just that last scenario saying, here's, I guess, what the alleged benefit to water supply would be if DWR was to pump full capacity up the North Delta. So.
Yeah, so this table here is just looking at a 500-year seismic event, and based on that, South Delta exports will not be available, and there's an average disruption time. So what the actual operations will be during such an emergency, I think it's speculative at this point, but this table is just giving an order of magnitude in terms of if the DCP was allowed to operate under those conditions, what that water supply benefit would be. It's simply based on average disruption time, and then what the modeling is showing how much we divert at North Delta on average.
So you didn't analyze what the effects of other water users would be from that scenario?
Yeah, there was no other analysis. This is, again, I think it's in my testimony that we are not sure what the actual operations would be during such an emergency. This just provides a range based on the capacity and maybe an average number. So that was the extent of this analysis.
Okay. So it's in the scenario, I guess, that you're indicating under this item 3, it wouldn't be limited to low level pumping, in other words.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure what during an emergency, what the operations would be. What this is doing is just giving you minimum health and safety, or just based on our modeling, what average the diversions are, long-term average or full capacity. It all depends on what the actual conditions that are during that emergency and what decided in terms of coordination to how to operate TCP in terms of responding to that emergency. So it's all speculative, at least from my testimony.
Okay. So if you are concerned water user in the delta downstream of these diversions, we don't have any information about what this possibility would look like for those water users, right?
That is not in my testimony.
Okay. And I think maybe Dr. Priest answered this. Does your testimony have a breakdown of diversions from the North Delta under proposed operations in different months or different year types?
So my testimony primarily focused on doing a sensitivity analysis, which is looking at changes under the new baseline with the updated criteria, looking at incremental changes and comparing that to the EIR. And there's information that's for all years, and there's exceedance plots that cover the whole period of simulation that includes different year types. And there's also analysis on P1641 compliance, which is by water year type. In my testimony, I don't have those details in terms of breaking it up by water year type. But the main conclusion is that incremental changes are similar compared to the EIR, and EIR has a more detailed analysis in terms of what those changes are by different water years.
So we should refer to that, I guess, if we're trying to worry about, for instance, a very dry year or something like that, what would happen? Okay.
And also it's included in the modeling out with the whole simulation period. And as part of my review, I have looked at those changes and compared that to the EIR.
Okay. And did you do any source water analysis about what the sources of the water would be at the North Delta diversions that are proposed?
I'm not sure if I understand your question when you say source water.
Like,
which
is the
sources?
source the San Joaquin River, the Feather River, Upper Sacramento source water? Yeah.
I mean, the intakes, the source is Sacramento River and upstream tributaries. So that is a source. The only source analysis that we did was what we call volumetric fingerprinting in the delta. So in different locations in the delta, we can calculate what the volume is at a given location, whether it's what percent is from Sacramento River, what percent is from Yolo bypass, what percent is from the Bay of San Joaquin. So there's a volumetric fingerprinting, and some of that information was used by Dr. Freeze when she conducted some chloride analysis.
Okay, so I should look to her reports for volumetric fingerprinting information.
Yes, and EIR does have a chapter on volumetric fingerprinting.
Okay, thanks. And I know Mr. Busher asked you a little bit about the assumptions regarding the voluntary agreements in the ITP modeling. And do you know, Dr. Singh, if that 2022 MOU you referenced, is that in DWR's case in chief or in the record somewhere?
I'm not sure, but I think it was referenced in the final EIR.
And is there any detailed description of what the VA would include, like the detail of it, in DWR's case in chief? I know we have that table that talks about the modeling assumptions, but I guess I'm wondering beyond that.
That's the only table I'm aware of that details different voluntary agreements and what the volumes were and the timing and water year types that are included in the model.
And that's DWR 104, I should have said. And just to clarify, do you know why there was no analysis in DWR's case in chief regarding the effect of implementing the 55% unimpaired flow staff recommended proposal in the water quality control plan update?
I think I mentioned this in the morning. The baseline that was used for the EIR was based on the regulatory requirements at the time of notice of prep. So that's the baseline that was used in the final EIR. And for the ITP, we also included the same. It was updated with the latest 2024 biological opinions and the ITP for the State Water Project. And then we also included voluntary agreements. But in terms of 55% unimpaired, I think there's still some question in terms of how that will be implemented. So that's why it was not included in the modeling.
And thinking about the VA proposal that was included in the ITP DCP model runs, are you aware that that proposal is described as being, at least initially, an eight-year project?
I am generally aware of it, but I'm definitely not an expert on voluntary agreements.
So, according to the timeline, are you aware that the earliest that this project could be constructed and become operational would be, I think, around 2044? Does that sound right, Dr. Singh?
Somewhere in that time, I think.
So, I guess I'm struggling to understand why, if, for instance, if the VA flows were adopted by the water board in the next couple of years, why would it be assumed that they would still apply in, say, 2044?
Like I said, I can't comment on that in terms of the timing of VAs and how that affects the project operations or project assumptions.
Okay. Would you agree that it may be speculative to assume that the VA flows would still be in effect in 2044, given that they're defined as an 8-year program?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's fair. We can, I understand your point, Ms. Meserve.
Okay. Let's see. When you worked on the model, the ITP, DCP modeling, in the 104R table, did the VA actions get implemented inside the calcium model?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And now if we could please, I guess, yeah, we're here on the right page, actually. You, on just the prior page before this, Dr. Singh, I believe, is where you start with the reliability heading from your testimony. I guess actually page 41, if we could, Ms. Mullen. And this portion of your testimony, it refers to this USGS report. And you've already indicated with Mr. Busher that you're not an expert in seismic. But I was wondering if you considered let's see, the other references you have here, DWR 115 and 116, those are from 2018, right? They're these Delta Flood Emergency Plan documents.
That is correct.
Now, did you consider in your testimony at all the upgrades to the levees that have taken place subsequent to 2018 that may have improved reliability further from what they were in 2018?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Can you, I don't know if you can lay a foundation for that, Ms. Meserve?
Well, I guess I was just noticing that the reports were dated from 2018. And so I was just wondering if Dr. Singh was aware that there have been levee improvements since that time, and I could show exhibits about that, I suppose, if
I'll start here.
if he had considered them. That's all.
Oh, Mr. Singh, are you aware of any levee improvements that have occurred since 2018?
Not in detail, no. Especially, this is looking at a 500 seismic event in the Delta, and I'm not sure how this relates in terms of what the effect would be with any improvements. So my analysis does not include that.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thanks. And then I was just going to look briefly, if we could, last exhibit, at DWR 113, which is that USGS report. And I think it's on the first page of it, if you can zoom in a little. Dr. Singh, you see on this, if you zoom in maybe a little more, if you don't mind, Ms. Mullen, you see on the map there, Dr. Singh, this is a map of the entire San Francisco Bay Area, which Sacramento is kind of on the far east side of. You see where the delta is in relation to this map?
Yes.
And you see that where there's the number 9 on that yellow line, which is the lesser known smaller faults. And that's
Can we scroll, Ms. Meserve, can you help Ms. Mullen figure out where to scroll to zoom
just
in?
zoom in on the middle, really, of,
Okay.
of the map. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. And then maybe if we can see up a little bit on the map. There we go. Do you see where the delta is, right, Dr. Singh, where that number 9 is? Or in that vicinity?
You see the number 9, yeah.
Yeah. So you see how you see the San Andreas Fault and the Hayward Fault, those are in the Bay Area proper. But there's no major faults in the Delta. You see that, right?
Not on this map.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank
But
you, Ms. Meserve. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to, although I have referenced this document, but the analysis that I did is not based on probabilities from here. The analysis is based on a 500-year event in the delta that was referenced using a different document. So
And that's the 2018 report,
yeah.
right?
So in terms of the disruption days, that is coming from a different scenario that has a different reference that is applicable to delta.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And thank you to the other witnesses as we work through this. I think it's probably a good time to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, but let me just make sure we know what's happening next, which I think all we have left is Ms. Tabor, Mr. Moore, and Ms. Desjardins, of which we just have Ms. Desjardins. So that would be my proposal would be to start with you, Ms. Desjardins, next after we return from our 10-minute break. So I will see you all at 3:40. All right, welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And before we get started, oh good, Ms. Carroll, I was going to ask you for if you have an update.
I do have an update. We were able to reach SOMAC, and Kelly Tabor is available to appear at 4:30.
Excellent. Thank you. We will reserve that time and move to that discussion at 4:30. With that, I believe, so I think what we can do, Ms. Desjardins, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. I believe you're already you already a panelist? If Ms. Desjardins is not a panelist, let's please elevate her to panelist status. Yes, we need to do that, please. Good afternoon. And you are on mute, just so you know.
Oh, whoops. There we go. Good afternoon.
And I wanted to mention, I know you'd previously indicated that you prefer to, I guess we don't have a final resolution. I know you'd indicated before that you prefer to conduct cross after Ms. Tabor. What I propose we do is we go forward for the next 50 minutes, it looks like, or so. And then assuming Ms. Tabor conducts cross-examination tomorrow morning, I will leave it to your option whether you'd like to continue and finish your cross first thing in the morning, or whether you prefer to wait until after Ms. Tabor conducts her cross. Of course, right now the big question is, I don't have any insight on the resolution of that issue, but I did want to put that out there that I would be, I'm open to going either way based on your preference when we get to that point.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate your flexibility. Obviously, this is a difficult situation to navigate, and I appreciate your consideration. So let me go to where I have my cross-exam questions written down. There we go. So can we pull up exhibit DWR 110, page 6? Oh, and I'm Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and I'm going to ask you some questions about the calcium modeling. Mr. Singh, this is with respect to your testimony about the incidental take permit modeling, and you conclude here that the reservoir storage volumes for Oroville, Shasta, Trinity, and Folsom remain very similar at the end of May and September. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so I wanted to go to the actual calcium code that implements constraints on withdrawals from storage. And I'll pull up the file and I can go back and establish foundation if necessary. But if we can pull up exhibit DDJ 042, please. This has the code and page 7. Yes. So Mr. Singh and Mr. Fitzhugh, do you recognize this code segment that implements goals to prevent storage withdrawals from increasing?
Objection. There's no foundation for what model run this code language is coming from. So lacks foundation.
Okay. Mr. Singh, and I can go back if necessary and establish this. This is from the incidental take permit modeling run that was provided in the in response to an Public Records Act request, and is in the AHO folder. This is from IF diversion criteria, daily ops delta. Would you like me to show you where that's from, or are you familiar with this code segment?
I think I'll defer this question to Mr. Fitzhugh. He's more familiar with the RESL code.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzhugh, are you familiar with this code segment?
Generally, I am, yes.
Okay.
Could you give me the exact file that it's from, though?
It's from, I can establish foundation. It's from IF diversion criteria daily ops delta. Let's pull up exhibit D.
Just a moment, Ms.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Fitzhugh, did that response address your question?
Yes, that's what I need to know.
Thank you very much.
Is that sufficient? I can pull up a copy of the main code where it includes this specific criteria, but I'm trying to be efficient in my use of time.
It sounds like, well, and I'll just say generally to the witnesses, if at any time you need to orient yourself with respect to this, I certainly can't help you, but Ms. Desjardins can, so please don't hesitate to raise a question about if you need to orient yourself with respect to the specific code. So let me put that out there as a general request. And go ahead, Ms. Desjardins.
So this is from the Delta folder, the isolated facility subfolder. This, we can go, let's go scroll up to the top of the file. This is, the purpose of this is to estimate daily flow conditions, bypass requirements, and bounds on IF diversion, that is isolated facility diversion. Do you recognize this code structure?
Yes, I know this. I recognize this code.
Okay, let's go back to page 7. Thank you for being efficient. As a coder, I find it a little painful to establish foundation. So here's a goal. Does this establish goals to prevent storage withdrawals from increasing for the North Delta diversions for the named reservoirs?
It does, but I would like to explain a little bit the reason why this code is needed.
Yes.
So the way calcium works is it solves essentially the problem we're trying to model in a series of cycles. And so it starts, there's about 30 to 40 cycles depending on the model. And so the reason we do this is because the system is basically too large and complicated to solve all in one go. So for example, there's cycles for the San Joaquin Basin, solve that first, then move to the Sacramento Basin.
We have some feedback. Thank you. Perfect. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, so you move to the Sacramento Basin, there's a series of cycles that implement different regulations, because basically you can't always define things based on the information that you have. You need to do like a preliminary run or a preliminary solution of the month you're solving, then you build the result on top of that. And then so essentially, and then the North Delta diversion operation is incorporated into this cycle structure. So the way it works is that the model essentially creates an operation for just the South Delta operation. And then after that, the North Delta operations are layered on based on information from the prior cycles. And so generally what happens in the model is you will move forward early on in solving the system for the Sacramento Basin. The model will have a lot of ability to change water, move water around based on different priorities and weights. As you move through solutions, you will kind of nail down per certain parts of the operation. And as you move through the later cycles, you will have less kind of freedom to move things around. And what we typically do is
It looks like, do we have a freeze from Mr. Fitzhugh? I think Mr. Fitzhugh is frozen, but not Mr. Singh. And I thought you were in the same room, but maybe not. We'll just wait a moment. And of course, Ms. Desjardins.
I think the microphone,
We also seem to have a frozen screen on the video feed.
I will try to do some technical
And no problem.
working right here if you give us just a minute.
No problem. And Ms. Desjardins, just so you know, this of course is not coming out of your time, so please don't be alarmed.
Thank you. I did promise group 3 that I would try to be as efficient as possible.
It looks like video, just so you know, from my where I'm sitting, it looks like video is working, and then you would have to unmute and we could test the audio.
We're doing this. Could we pull up exhibit DDJ 040?
Sure.
And go to page 56 of 78. Thank you. And scroll down, please.
And Mr. Fitzhugh, would you like to test the mic?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's working fine.
Yeah, I apologize. The Wi-Fi on my computer has been kind of kicking in and out, and when it does that, the Zoom crashes and comes back up. And so I hope this will work, but it's been doing it a bit this afternoon.
Understood.
And I'm not sure what's going on. So sorry, I don't know when I cut out there.
Down to the very bottom, please.
I think Ms. Desjardins is setting up the next question.
Yeah, no, this is actually with respect to what he's talking about. So
Right.
where there's loop, this is the main code loop.
Yeah.
So Mr. Fitzhugh, do you recognize this is the main code loop that implements the series of
Yeah, I do.
that you're calling? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so I don't know how much of that got through, but essentially this file gets included in the first cycle that's used to essentially define the operation for the North Delta diversion. And that's what I meant. Prior to this, the system has basically been solved for basically like a South Delta operation. And then so you get to the cycle and you start to implement the North Delta operation. So if you can go back to the other file, if you want me to talk about that.
Yes, let's go back to DDJ 042, please. That was a very nice explanation, Mr. Fitzhugh. Okay, so here are the goals that are brought in and as it starts to implement.
Right.
In the isolated facility.
Essentially, we're at the point here where this file does two things. It will define diversions of surplus at the North Delta diversion, and it looks backwards at the prior cycle. It looks at how much surplus there is, and then that's how much could be diverted in North Delta given all the other limits that could apply. It also does carriage water, and there's some code in here which will look at how much carriage water there was in the prior cycle and define how much could be shifted to the north, again, with some other limits and other things that apply, which also control the operation. There is no intent in this cycle to withdraw water from storage. There is also, based on how the operation will work, the operational criteria would not affect storage in CUP reservoirs. And so the goals here are basically just set up to, these goals have to do with withdrawal from upstream storages. Go ahead, sorry.
I really appreciate your explanation, and this was the closest I could find in the code. Mr. Schutz asked the panel where the ITP requirement, this won't, withdraw more water from storage, and where that was implemented in the code. And this is the closest I could find was these goals.
Right.
Would that be reasonable?
This is not where that's implemented. There's another version of this file that comes, I believe, in the next cycle that does implement that. So the reason these are here is to make sure that there isn't any storage changes. because there's no operation of the DCP at this point that should affect storage. Actually, one exception, it could back up carriage water into some of the reservoirs, but I think the way these goals are set up, yeah, and that's what that goal says. Goals to prevent storage withdrawals from increasing, so only change in storage will be backing up carriage water benefits that can't be exported. So these are preventing storage withdrawals, these goals, because that's not what the operation is doing in this particular cycle.
Okay. So, Mr. Singh, does the code have limits on storage withdrawals from CVP reservoirs for exports through the isolated facility?
This particular model, it does have code that could, well, no, actually, no, I take it back. There's all different versions of the model out there, but anything having to do with taking water for the CVP through the North Delta is all turned off in this model. And it would never have been, and I don't think there ever has been code to withdraw from storage at the CVP. There was in one of the alternatives in the EIR, there was some diversions of surplus for the CVP. But that's all turned off in this particular model.
Can I go to page 1 of this file? I was looking at this particular code segment. Sorry, this is not the correct one. This is, I don't have the correct page. Let me go look at the correct page. Yeah, apologies. It's split capacity under bypass flow criteria. Let's go back to page 7, please. And scroll down. Okay, yeah, I don't see it there. But let's look at page 7 and scroll back up just slightly. So it does split the carriage water benefits between this code segment below, splits the carriage water benefits between the projects. Is that correct?
That's part, yes, this code helps with that. There is other code elsewhere in the model having to do with the coordinated operation agreements that also is actually the main driver of that split, but this code was designed to just ensure that that splitting of carriage water benefits between the projects according to COA was accomplished.
Okay. So does with the COA, your understanding of the COA implementation in this code, does the COA sharing include the North Delta intakes?
Section vague and ambiguous.
I need a little more information about that question. What part of COA?
Well, how specifically is this section of code related to the COA?
The COA is used to split carriage water benefits. That's how this is used.
Okay. But does the COA actually reference the North Delta diversions? What's your, I mean, I'm just questioning, is it when in your understanding of this code, does the COA reference the North Delta diversions?
I don't believe the COA does, no.
Okay. So where is this assumption documented?
Can you ask that question again? Where is it documented?
Where's the assumption about the sharing of carriage water savings with the CBP documented?
It should be discussed, I believe, in the EIR in one of the modeling appendices.
Okay, thank you. I will look for that. So I'd like to go to exhibit DDJ 044, page 1. No, I actually first let's go to exhibit DWR 101R, page 9. So with respect to this PowerPoint, Mr. Singh, with diversion operations and integration with South Delta SWP export facilities, it doesn't really discuss the sharing of the carriage water savings with the CBP, does it? Can you turn on your microphone, Mr. Singh?
Yeah, this slide is just talking about integration of BCP with South Delta export facilities in terms of also the diversion operations, when the diversions will happen during excess flows, and there could be some shifting during balance conditions, and there will be carriage water savings resulting from that shifting. But this slide is not talking about how those savings will be split.
So is there a part of your testimony that discusses coordinated operations with the Central Valley Project in operation of the intakes, North Delta intakes?
My testimony does not.
Isn't that an important part of the modeling assumptions? Is how the project is coordinated with the Central Valley Project?
When you say project, you're referring to State Water Project, or?
Yeah, how the State Water Project, including the new North Delta diversions, how the operation is coordinated with the Central Valley Project.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of those coordinations related to reclamation are listed in the operations plan, and there's always an ongoing coordination. But in terms of the modeling assumptions, the representation in the model of COA is within CalFin, and this slide here does not talk about COA, or my presentation or my testimony does not talk about COA.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to exhibit DDJ 045. Mr. Singh and Mr. Fitzhugh, code is the Oroville rule curve code, and it implements the Oroville end of September's target. And I wanted to ask questions about it. Do you recognize this code segment?
I think I do, but can you just again give me the file name?
It's Oro rule curve. It says up there. I kept the file name. It's in north of Delta Feather. I can reproduce the file sequence if you want.
No, that's fine. That's what I needed.
Output Oroville rule curve. Yeah. So this is with requests. This is with respect to how the actual minimum end of September storage target is implemented. And I believe there's a line in this code where it says value min 1600 S Oroville level 5. Do you see that?
Yes.
That appears to implement a minimum of either 1,600 thousand acre feet, 1.6 million acre feet, or the storage, the level 5 storage in Oroville Reservoir. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this would be a code segment that establishes that goal. I did want to ask, S Oroville level 5 is at the time this is evaluated, S Oroville 5 is the current monthly storage in Oroville Reservoir through zone 5, correct?
No, I believe that is the flood curve. I think you would have to take me to the code where that's defined, but I believe that S Oroville level 5 is the flood pool, or otherwise the top of conservation pool, the flood curve, which we call the flood curve in Oroville Reservoir.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have that specific thing. The next thing I'd like to ask is with respect to exhibit DDJ 046. So Mr. Fitzhugh, is this code segment for the Central Valley project north of Delta shortage calculations?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Does it say revised July 2020 by Tom Fitzhugh Stantec?
Yes.
Did you work on this code segment?
I did.
Okay, so I'm just interested here to see how the north of Delta shortage is calculated. So it says the approach is to commute the minimum of the surface, the first line of this code. I'm just going to ask you about the comments at the top because the code itself is very detailed and technical. But this is a good summary. It says the approach is to compute the minimum of the surface water demand and the CVP contract allocation. And then if deliveries are less than that minimum, then the difference is the shortage. Is that correct?
Is it possible to establish what model run this is coming from before we get to questions?
This again is from the incidental take permit modeling with the North Delta diversions that was provided in response to a Public Records Act request.
Right, but there's two model runs. There's a run with and without DCP, and I'm asking what code can we establish which run we're talking about so we know.
This is with DCP, and I believe this code segment does not change between the two models.
I was going to ask if we can pause for a moment. And I was going to ask Mr. Fitzhugh that based on your knowledge, would this particular section of, it's not code, right? It's an explanatory section. I don't know what the proper term is, but would this section change as between the two model runs for the
No, it wouldn't.
And would it change, maybe I'll ask further, would it change as between the model runs for the EIR and the model runs for the ITP?
It's possible there's some minor differences.
Okay, thank you very much. To you, Ms. Desjardins.
So let me, so that these people aren't programmers, and in respect to the hearing officer and the attorneys in the room, when there's an exclamation point in the RESL language, when there's an exclamation point before a line, does that mean it's a comment?
Yes.
And so this section at the top of this code is meant to be a documentation of what this particular file does. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Let's, Ms. Mullen, can you scroll down a little and we can see some of the code, which is very complicated, even for programmers. So I was not going to torture the hearing officer by going through the actual code, but I wanted to ask about your high-level summary, the high-level summary of this code. So let's go back to the top. And so the question here, my understanding is that this calculates shortages for Central Valley project deliveries to, for example, Sacramento settlement contractors. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I want to explain what shortages are, though.
Yes, please do that.
So there's a concept, and shortages, the definition in the real world may be different. But in calcium, a shortage for a delivery, and specifically for the CVP deliveries, and there's some similar calculations for the SWP, it basically has to do with the projects have a certain allocation of water. So there's ag service contractors, M&I service contractors covered in this file, who are CVP contractors. They have a certain allocation every year of water that they're going to receive. That annual allocation gets split up into a series of monthly deliveries based on some sort of delivery pattern. And then in each individual month in the model, there's a calculation that basically tries to check to make sure that those shortages, that the full allocated amount for the month was met. And if there's a difference between the kind of the goal in terms of how much delivery was supposed to be made under the allocation and the actual delivery, that's a shortage. It's used as a diagnostic tool because really you should be meeting those deliveries all the time. There are certain cases where you may not, and these are more not so much things having to do with things that would happen in the real world, but more having to do with how the model works. Something might not be working quite right in the model, so then you wouldn't make the delivery, and that's like a diagnostic thing that you would want to go back and look at and try to fix. We've talked some about dead pools in reservoirs in this hearing. So for these particular contractors, if Shasta was a dead pool, then these contractors would start to get shorted. And this is just another way of like evaluating the model and how it's working. So I just want to clarify that's the shortage. That's the meaning of the word shortage in terms of what this code does.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh. That was an excellent explanation. I think that covers where it says, if deliveries are less than the minimum surface water demand, then the difference is the shortage.
Right.
Okay.
And if I could say one more thing, the additional thing, and the reason this code was rewritten in 2020 by me was for calcium 3. When we moved from calcium 2 to calcium 3, what I described was really how calcium 2 worked. Actually, calcium 3, things get more complicated because there are water demands for ag contractors called applied water demands. Those can sometimes be less than the allocated amount. There are also some situations like described in these comments where some of those contractors might get water from a certain water right, in which case you wouldn't want to say if they get some of the water from water right and they don't need all their CVP allocated supply, you don't want to call that a shortage. So there's a lot of the detail in this file, and that's why it's so detailed, is to try to make adjustments for when other things like applied water demands are controlling deliveries and you might actually be below the allocated amount, and that shouldn't account as a shortage. So a lot of the details in this file have to do with those more complex things that go on in calcium 3 that weren't in calcium 2.
So I want to go down to the section where it says, in other cases, a delivery is capped by the CVP contract amount times the allocation. plus the water right. So there's no separate delivery of water right water. And that's a case of most of the settlement contractors who have senior water rights. They don't have a separate pipe. Is that correct?
So I have to tell you that this code was written 5 years ago.
Okay.
And
so let's just say, without characterizing which things. So this is specifically with respect to those water right holders that don't have a separate intake for their water right. Is that correct?
sorry, I went out a little bit there. Could you just repeat that question? I apologize.
Oh, it's all right. It's been a long day. So it says that this is where in a delivery is, in other cases, a delivery is capped by the CVP contract amount allocation plus the water right. So there is no separate delivery of water right water. So just wanting to look at that particular case. And you say water meeting this water right is calculated as the delivery from a prior cycle minus the contract allocation. So it considers the shortage as the delivery from a prior cycle, which includes the water delivered under the water right, less the contract allocation. And then that's subtracted from the surface water demand and used to calculate the shortage.
Right. And sorry, what was the question?
So the question here is how is when you allocate, when you have a shortage, when Shasta gets near dead pool as it has, how this section of code would calculate a shortage of water right based on the difference from water actually delivered, correct? In the model.
Yes.
All right. Would it allocate, do you know if the code allocates the water actually delivered to the water right or first, or to the contract first?
I can't say. I would have to look at this code and see how the way calcium works is different variables have different weights. One of them could be weighted higher or lower, but I don't recall off the top of my head. I have to go look at the code and remind myself how all that is set up. And I just want to say that the situation where you're at dead pool and you're getting shortages is, the model isn't really set up to function properly in that situation because it isn't a realistic operation. It really should be providing water right water and CVP water, contract water in this case. So anyway, when you're at the dead pool situation, you have to be really careful with interpreting results from the model.
So that was my next question, was in the case where there is curtailment, where the water board actually goes in and curtails the water rights of the CVP contractors. Do you know if the code captures that or not? If it has any representation of curtailment?
Curtailment. Can you define curtailment?
Curtailment is when they decide there isn't enough flow in the watershed and they start curtailing water rights in the watershed, and they can curtail back to water rights in a certain year. And like a Sacramento settlement contractor can continue diverting under the Bureau's permit in that situation. Even if their own water right is curtailed, they can divert under the Bureau's permit, and that's considered separately. So I'm just wondering if the calcium code considers a situation where the water right for the CVP contractor is curtailed. And if so, if you have any sense of where it does that.
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion and speculative would be curtailed by the water board.
Respectfully, there is testimony here about not changing water rights, and it is during curtailment that water rights are most in conflict. So this is a key part of this code.
Ms. Desjardins, I'll save you the time. I think understood that this is to the extent you can answer, Mr. Fitzhugh, please do.
Yeah.
Or Mr. Singh.
So when you say CVP contractor, I get a little confused because I'm not sure if you're talking about the water being delivered under the CVP contract or something under a separate water right. Which are you talking about?
It's actually, so if you take, for example, GSID, they have both a contract with reclamation for their diversion, and they have a senior water right. And it's actually a question about, and I understand that there's a representation in the code for both their water right and their contract with reclamation. The question is,
maybe let's stop. Can we stop there for a moment? Is that your understanding? Is that correct, Mr. Fitzhugh?
Yeah.
Is what correct, that there's separate representations for CVP contracts and water right deliveries?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Right there. Back to you, Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah. And so, I mean, the shortage calculation is essentially that if they're taking water under their water rights, are deliveries, when there's a delivery, so GSID only has one intake, that they take both their water right water and their actual CVP water, which is stored water released from Shasta. So are those just tracked as deliveries through the GSID node?
Again, it's hard for me to speak about a specific contractor because I don't know the details. Typically, there would be a delivery variable, which would be CVP contract water. It would be based on that allocation. For these ag contractors, the allocation could be anywhere from 0 to 100%. And again, this is not true in all cases, because actually the comment talks about the fact that in some cases the water right water and the CVP contract water go through the same variable. But in a lot of cases, there would be a separate variable for their water rights water, which is not their CVP contract water. It's the water that they have a different water right for. So yes, it typically it would be split between those two.
This code seems to see, and I've looked at the calcium code, but the channel definitions don't seem to have separate arcs where there's only a single physical diversion facility. I don't see separate channels or separate accounting for the flow in the channel, whether it's, and the water diverted through the channel when it's not physically distinct. Is that a characteristic of the model, or am I wrong?
All I can say is we could look at some code in here and I could try to, I believe what I said is correct, but it's always good to double check. So there should be splits between those for some of these contractors at least.
Okay, I think that's about as far as we can get with that exhibit. We have about 5 minutes left. Ms. Quincy, I'm wondering if it would be a good time to just break and I can resume tomorrow, because my next question is fairly involved.
That makes sense. I think we should, let's go, we can use our time for a 5-minute break. Let's plan to reconvene at 4:30. I will say for the witnesses that I believe you're done for the day. So thank you very much for the long, I know it's a long day. I very much appreciate your time and your testimony and attention to detail. So thank you very much. And let's go ahead, take a break. We'll reconvene at 4:30. All right, welcome back. It's 4:30. I just want to verify with our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am indeed.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see we have Ms. Carroll. I also see we have Mr. Ferguson in the attendee list. So if we can please elevate Mr. Ferguson to panelist, and we have Ms. Tabor. So if we can please elevate Ms. Tabor as well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, jeez, this thing has too many mute buttons. I was just going to ask if we could address an unrelated issue with tomorrow's hearing with respect to a conflict one of our witnesses has.
Yes, please, let's start with that.
Okay, thank you. We can make Mr. Fitzhugh, Mr. Singh, and Dr. Hatch available at 9 a.m., but Dr. Priest has a conflict and wouldn't be available until 10 a.m. So however you would like to handle that, if we would like to start at 9 with the other witnesses, or if you would like us to wait and start with the full panel available.
Let me hit pause on that question for a moment, if you will, please. If we are going to continue with Ms. Desjardins, it sounds like she may have some number of questions for experts other than Dr. Priest. So let me think about it for a minute. Let's circle back to it. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention.
Yes, thank you.
And I see, I'll allow both of you to make your appearances. Welcome back. Ms. Tabor, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us. And welcome, Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Aaron Ferguson on behalf of County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sac Sewer, and City of Stockton.
Thank you. And I don't know how, I think that we have convened here because Ms. Carroll indicated that there may be an update. So I don't know if I look to you, Ms. Carroll, or either you, Ms. Tabor, or Mr. Ferguson, but I leave it to you to update me as appropriate.
So we have not reached a resolution as of yet with the SOMAC firm, so I didn't want to cause any further delay, and I wanted to make sure that we can keep things on schedule. So I thought it was prudent to carve out some time to see where we're at, and if we are going to meet a resolution. We haven't received what we believe was to be a latest counter offer, but I didn't know if one was forthcoming.
I see. So Ms. Tabor or Mr. Ferguson, do you care to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll just say that we're currently considering the information DWR provided to us just a few hours ago, and we'll be prepared to discuss next steps in this proceeding at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we were just notified a few hours ago that DWR wanted to get on this hearing this afternoon. So frankly, we were not prepared to address these issues today. And we're still considering the information they provided.
Understood. Well, let me just tell you what I'm thinking based on the information we've received so far is that we should convene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Probably by the time we address these issues and we can see where we are, and Dr. Priest will then be able to join us. And I think that issue may resolve. But I don't know, did you have a different proposal or request, Ms. Carroll? And thank you for bringing this to my attention. So I'm prepared for tomorrow morning, but.
No, that is fine with us. We can address it tomorrow morning. I'd like to have these resolved, though. We'd like to continue to object to Ms. Tabor's appearance until we have resolution.
Noted. Well, and let's talk about, I mean, where I'm at is that we will need to come to some kind of a resolution about our next steps, and I plan to do that tomorrow morning. What it looks to me after having, and Mr. Ferguson, I certainly will give you a chance to chime in here. This is not any kind of final decision, but if I am put in a position where I have to think about whether disqualification is appropriate, one, I have to think about the question, and I will be looking to you as to whether I even have that authority. And then two, how are we going to handle the substantive issues of dealing with that? And how are we going to, what format would that take? And it will cause some delay in the hearing, although keeping in mind, it sounded like we didn't have panel 3 lined up for May 1st and May 2nd. So there was that short hiatus that we have. But Mr. Ferguson, I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you.
Well, if we haven't reached agreement with DWR and you're prepared to entertain their request that Ms. Tabor not be allowed to conduct cross-examination, we will request that you immediately suspend the proceedings until DWR files a specific request in writing to support its claims based on admissible evidence, and that we have a chance to respond to that and that a decision is then made. Our clients have a right to their choice of counsel, and their counsel should not be encumbered with opposing DWR's dilatory accusations and requests to disqualify. At the same time, their counsel needs to fully focus on and represent them during the evidentiary portion of this hearing. The department's continuing objections are pure gamesmanship and an effort to stifle participation in the proceeding by the parties who are most directly threatened with the devastating impacts of the Delta Tunnel. DWR has known for more than 8 months that Ms. Shorak would be actively involved in participating in this hearing. Given that in early August 2024, they received multiple notices of intent that our clients filed indicating Ms. Shorak would be appearing on their behalf as someone who would be involved in cross-examination, and DWR raised no objection. They only raised an objection and asserted various allegations of a conflict in an email after business hours on a Friday, 2 days after Ms. Shorak conducted an effective cross-examination of one of DWR's witnesses, and DWR lost another injunctive relief proceeding in a separate court case that affects the DCP. We have full faith in our firm's position with respect to DWR's trumped-up claims. We nevertheless allowed space for discussions with DWR to see if some mutually agreeable resolution could be reached. As of this time today, we have not reached a resolution, as Ms. Carroll said. So as far as next steps, if DWR and the Newsom administration want to derail this proceeding and all the other DCP proceedings involving our firm by attempting to deprive our clients of their choice of counsel, then DWR must file a motion in a proper forum supported with admissible evidence by a date certain. Our clients strongly object to the notion that the AHO has any authority to modify the course of this proceeding by denying our clients a right to be represented by counsel based on DWR's sham objections. And you should promptly overrule it and move on. Again, to the extent you're inclined to further entertain DWR's objections, we will request that you suspend the proceeding until the matter can be resolved consistent with due process principles. Alternatively, DWR can drop its unsupported claims and we can get on with the evidentiary hearing in this matter at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And Ms. Carroll, I'll certainly give a chance to respond. I think that does highlight for me, and I maybe did not articulate this very as clearly as I ought to, which is one option forward, which is not on the table, is for this issue to remain outstanding and we proceed with the hearing. So it's either we proceed tomorrow or we need to decide how exactly we are going to address this while the hearing, and for what period of time we need to have a pause in the hearing process until this can be fully resolved. And obviously, I'm not going to proceed while there's uncertainty as to the representation of key protestants. So I wanted to lay that out in to the extent it's relevant to your ongoing discussions, and I appreciate that you're having those ongoing discussions. Let me turn, Ms. Desjardins, did you have something?
I just wanted to say that I am very uncomfortable continuing with cross-examination when there are due process issues in the hearing. I think I would join in that it be stopped until the due process issues are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Other than that, with that, and Ms. Carroll, you'll have a chance to chime in, but I think what we should do is call our adjourn for the day and reconvene at 9 o'clock and pick up this discussion. But certainly Mr. Ferguson had a chance to speak, and I wanted to make sure you had your opportunity as well.
Thank you. Yeah, DWR is not making this allegation lightly. As you've already stated in a prior hearing day, we are the ones that are trying to not delay these proceedings and trying to move forward on schedule and as expeditiously as possible. We've engaged in good faith trying to resolve this issue with the SOMAC firm, and we've been working diligently after hearing hours in order to do so, and we have not been able to reach a resolution. We'd like to explore different options to try to continue to move forward with this hearing process without prejudicing DWR or any of the other parties.
Thank you. And I appreciate that constructive approach. Is there anything else on this that we should address today rather than deferring? It's not very many hours until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And noted, Ms. Carroll, that Dr. Priest will not be available right away. We can certainly work with that. Is there anything else on this?
Officer Kinsey, because I was unable to monitor or attend the hearing today, where are we in terms of the cross-examination by Ms. Desjardins? And would it be expected that she will be done by 5 o'clock today?
She will not. We stopped for the day. So Ms. Desjardins is, I believe, a little over a half hour in. What I indicated to Ms. Desjardins is that I would give her, assuming that you would pick up with your cross-examination in the morning, that I would give her the option of whether she'd like to finish or whether she'd like to wait until after you had conducted your cross. So that's where we left things. And I'm happy to turn to Ms. Desjardins. Ms. Desjardins, do you have an indication of what you would prefer, assuming Ms. Tabor?
I would prefer to go after Ms. Tabor if possible. And my understanding was that was what happened. Roger Moore also wasn't able to appear today. And I think he would, in the normal order, go after Ms. Tabor as well. If there are real due process issues, DWR needs to file something in writing and so that it can be formally considered. And there needs to be an opportunity for a responsive brief about the due process issues. And I don't think this is a thing to try to resolve this way. We did have some real due process issues in the water fix hearing, and there were written briefs filed and responses.
So, yeah, Ms. Desjardins, I realize you're characterizing as due process. It's a little bit, it's more complicated than that. And I do want to reflect, if we have to go forward, I'm very much hoping we can avoid this question. And it may not be, again, it may not be a decision that's for me. Wouldn't that be nice? But if we do have to go forward with briefing, I have had this thought that I don't think that this is a dispute that involves all of the parties to this proceeding. I think this is an issue between DWR and the parties who are being represented by the SOMAC firm. And so my inclination would be to limit briefing and participation to those parties to narrow down this issue. But so I wanted to put that, again, we can discuss that if necessary tomorrow morning. Ms. Carroll, please.
Yes, I just wanted to say I completely agree. I do think this is limited and it doesn't affect the other parties to the hearing. And we would appreciate the opportunity to provide additional briefing. Our notice initially was very short and very uninformative so that we could try to reach a resolution without airing everything with all of the parties. However, if we are going to have to brief the issue, we want to make sure that we put forth all of the evidence that we have.
Thank you.
I did want to say respectfully that I believe it was Donlin said that they would have more cross-examination if Seismic Simmons and Dunn wasn't participating. There were arguments that it does affect the other parties. This is one of the major water rights holders. I think one shouldn't just make a decision at the end of the day that other parties aren't involved in some aspect. I think they should have a chance to respond. Thank you.
Certainly. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will have plenty to talk about. I'm putting it out there so that everyone is on, to the extent possible, on notice of the types of things that we may be discussing.
Yeah, Ms. Kinsey, with respect to other parties participating, before you make any final decisions on that, I think DWR should be compelled to articulate its basis for its filing. And once we understand what sort of statutory or regulatory provisions they're relying on for any sort of request they might make, then we can better consider the scope of the participation in that process. But until we see what they're relying on for any sort of request, I would request that you refrain from making any final decisions on the scope of other protestant participation.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I can understand that.
Well, and that same
Ms. Tabor.
issue, Officer Kinsey, goes to having not seen the basis for their allegations, goes to whether the issue of jurisdiction as well, because depending on what their argument really is, there are many other proceedings pending in Superior Court and the Court of Appeal. And these issues, in theory, whatever they are, would be relevant in those proceedings. And frankly, everything will have to be stayed. DWR will have, there is a question, who has the primary jurisdiction to even answer this question, even if the Water Board had any jurisdiction to consider this issue. So we're looking at a very long process through trial court and all the way through the Court of Appeal if it takes that to resolve this issue. And we could be looking at years of delay in this process as a result.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And thank you for reminding me. I'm sure it's at the front of your mind. It is not necessarily at mine that there are other proceedings in court that would maybe in addressing this issue as well. That's helpful. Hopefully I'm last in line on the list of deciders. Ms. Carroll, please.
Yes, I think Ms. Tabor brings up a good point, although we disagree that it would take as long as she's insinuating. We are hoping that we do not have to go through this issue in this forum because we want to have we want to have the hearing continue on schedule as much as possible. If it is a possibility for you to say that we've exhausted our administrative remedies here and that we can go to the court level, we would appreciate that.
Noted. Thank you. Gives me things to think about too. It looks like we have others who would like to chime in on this, and we will have a hard stop at 5 no matter what. So, but please, I think this is a productive discussion and prepping us for the morning. If we can please grant privileges to Mr. Cho, who maybe we haven't heard from you today. Go ahead, Mr. Cho, please.
We haven't. Thank you, Ms. Kenzie. This is just a short comment, I guess. Recognizing that there's still a lot in flux currently, it does seem to me like there is a threshold question of whether you, as the AHO hearing officer for this proceeding, have been delegated this authority to even entertain briefing on the issue. And that, to me, just seems like sort of a first order item to establish before we start putting the SOMAC firm and DWR and other parties possibly through the paces of needing to brief this issue before you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. I don't disagree with you. I had been thinking, but step one, briefing issue, step one, if we get to that point, maybe, is this even in my wheelhouse? So
okay. Thank you.
That makes sense. Thank you. And if we can please grant Mr. Keeling audio privileges. And you're welcome to come off mute, Mr. Keeling.
I am off mute. I've not been elevated. I've not been promoted, but I am off mute. Apropos of your comment, Hearing Officer Kenzie, that this is a matter solely between the SOMAC firm and DWR, and without revealing or getting into any joint defense communications we've had, you will recall that early in this proceeding, you encouraged all of the protestants who will be involved in this proceeding to coordinate among themselves to arrive at mechanisms and agreements and patterns and so on that would render this proceeding more efficient. We have done that. We are doing that. So this is not a matter just between DWR and the SOMAC firm. All of the parties that have been coordinating with SOMAC are affected by this. And that's the only point I'd like to make as you consider these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling, and noted, and I have appreciated that coordination. I think, as you can imagine, a significant part here for me is if there are 79 parties, I think that's the approximate number. I don't want 79 briefs on this issue if we get that far. But there are many other ways to handle that. So noted, and thank you. Are there any other comments either on this issue or procedural issues we should address before we adjourn for the day?
I guess I'll just add finally, Ms. Kinsey, we hold the position that it's DWR's burden to demonstrate, or at least I'll say to demonstrate that your office has the jurisdiction to act on the request that they're making. And I think it's most appropriate for others to respond to those claims rather than us all separately briefing. Yes, you have jurisdiction. No, you don't have jurisdiction. Again, we believe it's DWR's burden in the first instance to make the claims and provide the evidence they think supports that jurisdiction.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And part of this, the question when I was thinking it through, is I was just curious what the positions would be from DWR and the SOMAC firm and others on the question of, as we're calling it, jurisdiction. When I anticipate what particular parties' positions are, I'm often wrong. So this is helpful. And I'll consider that. Thank you. With that, it's 4:52. Thank you to all of you. We got through some good work today. I will see you at 9 a.m. on the Zoom webinar, and we are adjourned for the day. Thank you very much.